And it's just really changed. You know, I now want to be an ambassador for Uganda. I want everybody to come. I want everybody to see the real Uganda, not the perception from the outside world. You've got to come to see the real Uganda. It's just a real gem.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
The rest of the world and my friends, everybody, I'm going out there to say, come to Uganda. You've got to come, otherwise you're going to be the ones who are missing out. So we run tours around the world. I'm going to be advertising Uganda as one of my prime tour destinations, and I'm going to be advertising that probably more than most of my other tours. This has been a life-changing experience for me, and I really want my friends and my clients to have the same passion about the place as I do.
I'm Victor Yu from Taiwan. I'm the president of Ecotourism Taiwan, and I'm also the committee member of Asian Bird Fair. We promote ecotourism, especially birding tourism in Taiwan.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I heard of Uganda before. Now, of course, I've never been here. Everything is totally different from my previous impression. This is a good country with good wildlife, and it's very safe in Uganda.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
Of course, we went birding first. Birds are totally different from my country. There are so many wildlife and so many good birds, totally different from Taiwan. We do gorilla trekking, we do chimpanzee trekking. I really love it.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
My message to my friend back home and to the world is that Uganda is a safe country, it's a good country with friendly people and friendly wildlife. It's a place you must visit again and again.
My name is Steve Hilty, and I live in the United States, the state of Kansas. I work for a company called Victor Emmanuel Nature Tours, which does bird watching, photography, and natural history trips. I also work independently as an author on both books and scientific and popular articles.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I would say, first place, I was a little bit overwhelmed with the bird diversity and the complexity of some of the groups of birds here, like the weavers and the green gulls. And I would say for any bird watcher or birder that comes here, this place would be about as close to paradise as you're going to get. And add on the fact that you have some opportunities to do specialty wildlife like the gorillas and the chimpanzees, and also the shoebills in the papyrus swamps, makes this place an absolute dynamic place for seeing wildlife and for photographing wildlife as well.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
First thing I would say is that among people in the United States, Uganda is probably not a very well-known country, and people typically associate it with some political upheaval of the past in the 1980s during the era of Idi Amin. My message would be that that is over. I found Uganda to be an extremely peaceful country. The people are extremely friendly. Children just marvelous, and I would recommend this highly as a tourist destination, and especially for someone that's interested in birds and wildlife and seeing some of the specialties like the gorillas and the chimpanzees.
My name is Richard Crossley. I am English, but I live in Cape May, New Jersey in America. I'm best known as an author of bird books, the Crossley ID guides. I'm involved in a lot of other things with wildlife.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I had a very open mind coming to Uganda. I'd been to South Africa, Nairobi and Kenya before. I love Africa, so I expected to love Uganda. Uganda has been pretty much what I expected. The one thing I wasn't really expecting was how friendly and open the people were. Seeing all the smiling faces throughout the trip has been one of the many highlights, but something I really love.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
There are so many experiences here that have been unbelievable. The birding has been better than what I expected. There are more birds and there are more dynamic birds, the type of birds that people like myself will never forget, either for their behaviour, their colours, just for so many reasons. So incredible for birds. And when you add this to gorillas, chimps, the safaris, it makes it an incredible destination. Quite different to some of the places east of here like Kenya, but in many ways it has more to offer just because of the brilliance of the birds and all the primates, as well as having other great things like the big animals. So fantastic place, love it here.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
The message I would give to my friends is you got to come here. You have all these dynamic experiences with the birds, with the animals, and with the people. So it's a beautiful country. So it's a country felt really safe. We stayed in great accommodations. The food's been fantastic. I think it's because a lot of the food's actually quite English, which I love. And so I would highly, highly recommend it to my pals for sure.
My name's Eric Ostrander. I'm a co-host of the podcast Hannah and Eric Go Birding from Oregon in the United States. We just finished up here our last 2 week in Uganda, having a spectacular time.
What were your thoughts about Uganda prior to arriving?
I hadn't given Uganda too much thought. I'd never been to anywhere in Africa, so I didn't really know what to expect. I hadn't done very much research before about Uganda.
What was one of your favorite experiences in Uganda?
Basically, every day has exceeded the previous day's excitement. We haven't really had any day of anything less than mind-blowing excitement for wildlife and birds and the plants and the lizards and just everything. We had, coming out of Lake Maburo one evening, we stopped in a motte of trees that was just like exploding with bird life. I think there was 50 species, 45, 50 species of birds. They were just all over the place. We were close to the evening. Ended up finding a whole bunch of giraffes just outside of it. And then as the sun set, we started headed back towards the tented camps and found a leopard just right there next to the road, kind of wandered away from us. It was a little too dark for photos, but we all got spectacular looks at this giant cat walking off into the savannah.
Why do you think people should consider coming to Uganda to go birding?
The bird species, the diversity, we saw almost 400 species of birds in the few days, the 2 weeks that we were here. We only traveled to a small portion of the country. There's a significant portion left we've yet to explore. We were just down in the southwest, so there's still the northwest and northeast that we could hit and get more bird species. We had zebras, we had giraffes, we had lion, we had elephants. There's lots and lots of reasons to come to Uganda.
My name is Dominic Cousins. I am a writer, mainly do a few bird tours as well. I write about travel and about bird behaviour, and fortunately for me, my travel writing has taken me all over the world, which is a wonderful way to spend time. So Uganda's a very special addition to that.
So what was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I certainly had some idea of what to expect here, and I've seen quite a few of the birds. Most British people know about Uganda is about the mountain gorillas, and about 40 years ago Dave Attenborough did a programme where he visited a mountain gorilla group, and they were all over him, and it was an absolutely iconic TV moment, and so everyone in Britain knows about mountain gorillas.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
It was tremendous. I didn't expect really to see quite as many birds as we did. I think we approached something like 350 species in just 10 days. And that kind of diversity is always mind-blowing. I also knew about the chimps. The actual number of birds, every time you went somewhere there was something completely different. So you go on you see a bird, get familiar with that, go on a drive, and then something completely different turns up. And so that is something that really was exciting. So you never knew what was around the corner.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
Come here. That is the only message. I think we all have been in an experience recently with the pandemic where life has been a bit harsh on us, and now is the time to get out there, go and see something that you've always wanted to see, something super special. I would definitely recommend Uganda as one of the very most exciting places you could possibly go. So don't even hesitate, just come out here and see it for yourself.
My name is Ted Floyd. I am the editor of Birding Magazine, published by the American Birding Association, and I also write bird books.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
Growing up in the 1970s and 1980s in the United States, I knew a little about the political developments.
Thank you.
Since that time, I came to appreciate that there was an awful lot of
I am reliably informed that the guest of honor is around the corner, and as soon as he gets in, we will sing the national anthem for Uganda in East Africa, one stanza, and then we move down to inspect the exhibition and come back here and launch our new association of women in tourism. I will have the best smile I think ever, because this is one of the things I've been dreaming about, to have it strengthened in Uganda. The video you've been seeing was designed purposely to demonstrate the tour operators and people doing bird watching that if you want to go to market in source markets like United States, like Canada, like in those areas, you need to have that kind of demonstration and evidence that people have been there and have enjoyed. One of the ladies who was there came here, one of the ladies who spoke here came here in 2017 or 18. She came on a farm trip. Was it 2018, Tonya? Tonya, when did you come? Was it 2018 or 2017? 17, yes. She came here in 2017. She came here for the first time to see Uganda, and she was just like she was saying here. She said, I'm going to be an ambassador. And indeed, she has been an ambassador. She's marketing Uganda all over the place. And she's coming here. She just ended the trip here. I don't know whether that is marketing or selling, because I still have the issues there. But someone comes and tests the product and goes back and tells her clients, let's go to Uganda, and they all follow. It is the cheapest method to use in marketing. So if you want to do bidding products, bidding packages, please do the same. You will never regret. People will always come. Now, how do we connect? We need to connect to other players in the industry. We have people, we have a huge association of crafts. It's called, in a brief, NACAO, National Art and Craft Association of Uganda. And their members are here. One of them has been serving us on the board. He's actually a senior citizen, whom I've known for many years. Mr. Nyas, please. Stand up for recognition. There are not many people like you. He just has grayish hair on the cheeks, but he's updated all the time. He's somebody I've found who understands what it means. If you want any kind of art, please go to him. They have a huge association. So we want to connect to everybody. The birders can buy crafts. The birders sleep in hotels. The birders use guides, the communities. All these associations are represented at the Apex body, at the Confederation of Uganda Tourism Associations. In here, ladies and gentlemen, we have government agencies. We have Uganda Tourism Board in the house. You have got Ministry of Tourism, Wildlife and Antiquities. I will be announcing them to you later. We have got Uganda Wildlife Authority. You see, when Tony and other people came here, we told Uganda Wildlife Authority, look, this is going to help us. Can you give us some permits? They said, no problem. We shall give you gorilla permits. We shall give you chimpanzee permits. We shall give you entrances. And I'm happy to report the results. You can see people have come back. The video is quite long. If we played it all, you would see and appreciate that when we spend money on farm trips, we get benefits. People get glued to Uganda. They don't go away forever. And that's very important. So I want to encourage all young women who are here, who are on the periphery of becoming bird watchers. You still have an opportunity to be taken through, be trained, be given all the knowledge. We now have a very huge community of women birders around the country. In fact, I didn't talk about this in the country. We have women birders group from Kibale Forest. They are in the house. We have from Mabamba, where we have a shoebill. We have from Jinja. We have from Karamoja, Eastern Uganda. And by the way, you need to know that while we talk about going for bird watching in the west, in the forest, the whole stretch of eastern Uganda, from Mbale up to Kidepo, is one other gem we don't know. And in this house, we have got a lady who sponsored to train. She sponsored to train women, the women birders, in international guiding skills. They'll be living. I think I should mention her. Her name is Peg Abbott. Please stand for recognition. People want to see you. You will be hearing her story. She's, I think, the first woman to own a tour company in the United States. She does very many tours around the world, maybe about 150 in a year. How many of you do 10%? She's one of the people that inspire me, much as I'm a man. She inspires me. She works 24/7, non-stop. You know, she's always moving around. She has been to all, I don't know how many countries she will tell you. So she has offered to train some of the women birders into international guiding. They're going to take them through eastern Uganda to see the new things they don't know. And that stretch, if you haven't been there, think about going to eastern Uganda. It's one of the best places. How many of you have been to Karamoja? Kidepo National Park. See, what are you doing? There's a few people. You don't know Uganda. Oh my God. Ooh, it's very, very beautiful. If you go into Kidepo area, you know Kidepo has been voted among the top 10 destinations of Africa. Kidepo alone. It's the only place you can find a herd of over 2,000 buffaloes in one herd. So, ladies and gentlemen, with those few words, allow me to prepare you to receive our guest of honor, and we request you to stand as he enters when he enters the hall. Please stand up, and he will take his seat with his entourage, and then we'll be able to sing the national anthem. I want to thank those who have been able to go and exhibit down there. That is very good. I know we had to make a very big decision to make a selection of the few who would come there in a short notice. But we appreciate that because you did it and you are there. We will be having a tourism investment summit in the next 3 months. So please watch your space. It's a big thing. We are going to be hosting it in Uganda, and it will invite many people from East Africa. Yes, stand up please to welcome our minister. Honorable Minister, you are welcome to be part of history making. The national anthem, please. Thank you very much. Take your seats. I want a prayerful person to volunteer, come and say a prayer, because our country is very prayerful. Any of those ladies who can say a prayer in just 2 minutes or 1 minute. Any lady offering, please come. One of the brothers.
Let's humble ourselves and pray. Father, in the name of Jesus, we want to thank you very much for this morning. We want to thank you for the gift of life. And even this gathering, we want to commit it into your hands. And everything that is going to be done here, Lord, may you guide us. And we commit ourselves in the blood of Jesus. And the Holy Spirit give us insight and wisdom that whatever we'll do will benefit us, our nation, and the generation to come. In Christ Jesus I've prayed. We say amen.
Amen. Clap for the prayer. You know, Jesus was also a bird watcher, so if you don't pray for him, his eyes. Honorable Minister, we are very excited to see you. We talked about you earlier, that you are a gift from God, that we're happy to have you in our ministry, that we can call on you anytime. I did mention earlier that even if you are jumping on a plane and there is an activity for tourism sector, you just say, I come. And that's a special gift. Honorable Minister, we have guests from all over the world. We have guests from Australia, from South America, from China, from Europe, from North America, from South Africa, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, and Rwanda. I have not known if there is somebody from another country, but they are all gathered here to celebrate with you this inaugural ceremony of the International Conference for Women Birders, the first of its kind in the world. We are happy to have it happen in Uganda to break the ice. We had a fantastic day yesterday. We had many presentations. We had talks about conservation, status of birds in this country. We had very good history. Maybe we shall play recording for you how people have developed, the ladies, how they have developed bird watching to this far. We had about 3 sessions talking about their life, their love for bird watching, and not only bird watching, but how they are taking it as an economic activity. Some of them are researchers, some of them are they are entrepreneurs now, some of them serve as guides, a number of them. Some of them have, there's what we call the 4 model approach to investment, and some of them can be a guide, own a company, own a hotel, a craft shop, and eventually they become very busy the whole day. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, I'd like to welcome Stephen Asimwe, the Executive Director of Private Sector Foundation. We are now full house. When we have the Minister of Tourism and we have the head of the Private Sector Foundation, we are complete. I can now have a better smile. Mr. Stephen Asimwe, thank you for coming. Now, Honorable Minister, let me tell you that we are doing this because of that gentleman, PSFU. PSFU. Without Private Sector Foundation, we wouldn't have pulled out this fantastic arrangement. As you can see, everybody's happy. Everything's just amazing. Every morning we find new tables, new chairs. Things are different. It's because of Private Sector Foundation. I have heard from very many people here since yesterday. They are telling me, you've made it. It's fantastic. you're on the top of it. It is excellent. Even from Colombia, Ecuador, from Netherlands, it's been going around. We may think it is not international, but I can tell you all the tweets that are being made are being seen everywhere. It is viewed on YouTube Live. This conference is on YouTube Live, so people will be telling you what they are seeing. Honorable Minister, I must also say, I want to thank your ministry for accepting to write a letter in 24 hours, and we were given a waiver to admit to import binoculars which are offered from COA. It was just amazing. In 24 hours, a letter went through, went to URA, and we went to the airport, and Jeff, who's going to hand over the binoculars later today, was just sitting there, and then they called me, they came to me, and I explained to them. They said, oh, it's okay, it's you, Biarwanga. Oh, we know, we have information. Oh, it went through. It's very rare for customs to allow you come with binoculars, which they don't understand many times, that are being given to the bad guys. We really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. In this house, Honorable Minister, we have members of the associations. We have got Association of Uganda Tour Operators, National Art and Craft, Association of Uganda is next to you. We have got Uganda Women in Tourism, or Women in Tourism of Uganda, Association of Women in Tourism of Uganda. Jack is representing them just there. Very soon we are going to be asking you to launch them. We have got the Uganda Safari Guide Association. I think you've seen those ladies in uniform. They're always amazing. We have got the Association of Uganda Tour Operators. They are in the house, many of them, everywhere. We have got the Uganda Travel Agents Association. They are also in the house. I see their banner here. They are in the house. We have the Uganda Community Tourism Association. They are also in the house. Hotel Managers Association, they are also in the house. I met them a few minutes ago. So we are a complete private sector house. They are all here. So you are meeting the right people. These are your people, Honorable Minister. Of course, I know you like interacting with people. Feel free to interact with them and listen to them. Today we have a very rich program because everybody wanted you to listen to them. My request that now that you have offered to come to us, please wait and listen to these people. We have presentations from very high-profile people from all over the world, Uganda, Australia, America. They will be taking us through what they have done in this world of birding. But to shorten the program, I would like to invite you, Honorable Minister, to the exhibition we have down in the gardens. It will be like 20 minutes. Go and see it, give people confidence that what they are doing is right, and then we'll come back here in about 20 minutes. That would be fantastic. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Those who can, please, we escort the minister to the exhibition, and we'll come back with him and proceed with our program. I thank you very much. DJ, please, let's have the video running. I'd like to encourage people outside there, make it a working breakfast, pick your bites and come back in the room. We don't have enough time. Ushers, please encourage people to come back to the room and we're able to move very fast. Meanwhile, you can play for the minister the video we are playing earlier so that he can see how we do the marketing of bird watching outside Uganda.
Impression that it was okay to me. So I say, yes, I want to go to Uganda. And let me tell you, seeing the wildlife, people are smiling and happy. I feel so safe that I just wanted to come back. My expectations were very low and now they're very, very high. It's a great country. The people in Uganda have made my trip very special.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
To all my friends, to every people that I know, Uganda is an amazing place. This is a place to come and visit, to enjoy wildlife, the gorillas, the chimpanzees, the birds, the hippo stuff, different habitat you see here. This is a place to come and visit. And the most important thing, the people in Uganda is wonderful.
My name is Megan Crew. I'm from the United States, but I live in England, and I am a senior tour guide with Field Guides Incorporated, a bird watching tour company based in Austin, Texas, in the United States.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
So before I came to Uganda, I didn't know much about the country other than what I'd learned in my history classes. So things like Idi Amin, various conflicts, and it sounded kind of like a scary place.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
A lot of my family and friends were a little nervous that I was coming here. They didn't need to worry, because what I found when I came to Uganda is that this is an amazing country. It's beautiful. It's got spectacular landscapes. It's got amazing animals. It's got things that you see in places like Kenya, which might be better known to some people, but they've also got mountain gorillas that you can get within 7 meters of. They've got chimpanzees. There's spectacular birding. There's boat trips with thousands of birds. It's been a revelation. The people are so friendly. Everywhere you go, people are waving and smiling. It's been amazing.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
The message I'd give to my friends about Uganda: don't believe everything you've heard about how scary Uganda is. It's not scary. Come to Uganda. You will go home with a very different view of Uganda. It's an amazing place. Come and visit.
My name is Michael O'Brien. I'm from Cape May, New Jersey, USA, and I'm a tour guide with Victor Emmanuel Nature Tours.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
Honestly, I hadn't never been to Africa before, so I hadn't thought that much about the difference between the different countries. So I would think about all the big game mammals, and I knew there were lots and lots of different kinds of birds here. And it wasn't until I met Herbert, actually, that I started to connect Uganda with some pretty specific things, like the shoebill stork, a special bird that lives here. The mountain gorillas is something that really captivated my attention. And I knew there were all sorts of other amazing birds here. It got me interested in Uganda.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
My experience here has been amazing. We've been traveling around Uganda for 2 weeks now, seeing some amazing sights, mammals and birds, and I've been incredibly comfortable. The people have all been incredibly friendly. The accommodations we've stayed at have been clean and comfortable. To me, that means so much as far as a travel destination, and that just made the difference for this trip. It was just such a fabulous trip because of that.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
This is not only incredibly rich with wildlife, but it is a great place to visit. See some amazing sights and just have a very relaxing, comfortable vacation.
Hi, I'm Tonya Cochran. I'm from Australia and I run a company called Inala Nature Tours. I'm also one of the lead guides for that company and I employ bird guides around Australia, and we also do international tours.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I'm very embarrassed to say that I didn't know a lot about Uganda before I came. I knew you had shoebills and I knew you had gorillas, and the general perception when I told people that I was coming was, oh, isn't it dangerous to come? Do you think you'll be safe?
What was your experience birding in Uganda?
The perception when I came is totally different to my perception of Uganda now. I had no idea of the number of birds, the amount of animals, the wonderful forests that you have, and most of all, the wonderful people that you have. I think that's been one of the highlights of my trip, that everybody has been so happy and friendly and helpful. And it's just really changed. You know, I now want to be an ambassador for Uganda. I want everybody to come. I want everybody to see the real Uganda, not the perception from the outside world. You've got to come to see the real Uganda. It's just a real gem.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
The rest of the world and my friends, everybody, I'm going out there to say, come to Uganda. You've got to come, otherwise you're going to be the ones who are missing out. So we run tours around the world. I'm going to be advertising Uganda as one of my prime tour destinations, and I'm going to be advertising that probably more than most of my other tours. This has been a life-changing experience for me, and I really want my friends and my clients to have the same passion about the place as I do.
I'm Victor Yu from Taiwan. I'm the president of Ecotourism Taiwan, and I'm also the committee member of Asian Welfare. We promote ecotourism, especially profit tourism in Taiwan.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I heard of Uganda before, I've never been here. Everything is totally different from my previous impression. This is a good country with good wildlife, and it's very safe in Uganda.
How was your experience birding in Uganda?
Of course, we went birding first. Birds are totally different from my country. There are so many wildlife and so many good birds, totally different from Taiwan. We do gorilla tracking, we do chicken tracking. I really love it.
What message do you have for other people about Uganda?
My message to my friend back home and to the world is that Uganda is a safe country, it's a good country with friendly people and friendly wildlife. It's a place we must visit again and again.
My name is Steve Hilty, and I live in the United States, the state of Kansas. I work for a company called Victor Manual Nature Tours, which does bird watching, photography, and natural nature trips. I also work independently as an author on both books and scientific and popular articles.
What was your perception about Uganda before you came?
I would say, in the first place, I was a little bit overwhelmed with the bird diversity and the complexity of some of the groups of birds here, like the weavers and the green gulls. And I would say for any bird watcher or birder that comes here, this place would be about as close to paradise as you're going to get. And
So,
on the fact that you have some opportunities to do specialty wildlife like the gorillas,
thank you so much.
chimpanzees, and also the
Thank you so much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for exhibition. It's very nice, and we enjoyed looking at different products. The minister was happy. He will tell you later. Right now, we are going to the next session, which we want to run as fast as we can. I want to again appreciate the presence of the Miss Tourism Queens. Can you please come here for recognition? We have two queens here. Please come in front. Come in front and do your thing. Photographer, where are you? The photographers are here. Please come. Come here. One of the minister, we must recognize our girls. We have to recognize these ladies once. Quickly, tell us your name and where you are now at the moment. Then we'll go back. Start.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. I'm Naukonde Rukaya, Miss Tourism Uganda. I'm from Eastern Uganda. Currently, I'm working on a project called Sustainable Youth Engagement, which will be promoting culture around Uganda. And also previously, I went to represent Uganda in Malaysia for Miss Tourism International, where I marketed my country to the full. Thank you so much.
All protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Martha Apero. I'm the first runner-up Miss Tourism Uganda. I come from Karamoja, that is Kabong district. and I am working on a campaign that is dealing with greening the entire Karamoja this year and next year. Thank you.
They are not bird watchers, so I'm a little worried. I have to make these people bird watchers. Thank you very, very much. Allow me to invite Isabella Kankunda, who is part of the technical team as PSFU, and another power below Stephen Asimwe that has made sure this happens. Please, Isabella, take your seat. She's going to chair the next session. She's going to chair the next session. She's called the speakers who are going to present to the minister. And we are trying to make sure that we stay with the limited time. And please, let's respect time and not take long. We have very short time. The minister has to see the next session of the binoculars they've given us, the equipment, cameras. You need to see this session as well to be a witness to these companies that like us. Please go ahead and invite your people. Thank you. You can even sit wherever you want.
Thank you, Mr. Biarhanga. Always elevating everyone in the industry above and beyond. Welcome once again to the International Conference for Women Birders. I am so happy to be here, to be in this room and see the turnout. As a sponsor for this event, we are thrilled that this has come out in the way that it has and that we've gained the support that we have gained. So I'm going to, on that note, I'm going to not take much more time. I'm going to invite the next presenters, who I'm going to ask to all come up as I introduce you and take seats on the stage. And then I will call you up one by one to make your presentations thereafter. The first one is my very own CEO, Mr. Stephen Asimwe of Private Sector Foundation, who will be our keynote speaker. The next one is the extraordinary power in this industry and for so much more, especially in investment, Professor Maggie Chigozie. We then have Ms. Peg Abbott, who I understand is a powerhouse in the birding community internationally, who has come all the way from the United States to represent the birding community and tell us a bit about her life. I don't think she's in the room yet, but if somebody could get her perhaps. And then the last one is Dr. Tonya Cochran, who has, I think we watched a video of her earlier. So those that I have invited who have not yet taken their place on the stage, please do come up.
Tourism from the private sector, but most importantly, our guests from far and wide. You're welcome to Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. Isabella has put me in an uncomfortable position. I'm trying to get my document here. It's called a technological glitch, so I will just, as I try to get it, I'd like to tell you that, especially our visitors, welcome to the most hospitable country in the world, hospitable in every sense. Uganda is about the size of the United Kingdom. And if you're from America, it's about the size of the state of Oregon. And it's, thank you. My phone had issues. So essentially, you have come to the right place because we have 50% of Africa's bird species. But not just bird species. The reason you have 50% of the bird species in Uganda is because we have some of the world's largest concentration of biodiversity. So what that means is that Uganda, with its 240 square kilometers of land, about 25% of that is water. And so the surrounding areas around the water is, you have a lot of catchment area for bird breeding, food, but essentially you have a lot of forest cover, you have a lot of insects, a lot of reptiles, a lot of amphibians, a lot of what it takes to enable birds to be in that area. So we are right in the middle of the world's hemisphere, so we are in the equator. So at every one point in time, you have winter either in the northern hemisphere or winter in the southern hemisphere. And then of course the reverse. So you have very hot and very cold summers and winters. So birds migrate. So over and above birds that are endemic, that are resident, you have a lot of migrating birds coming. And Uganda is either a stopover or the very end of the road for them to prepare to fly back. So because of that, even the birds in Uganda are very hospitable. They like to welcome other birds that are visiting. The beauty about the Ugandan area is they don't need a visa. They don't need COVID checks. So Uganda is just a hotbed of birding. So similarly, the Ugandans are as hospitable as the birds that are here. So whether you're migrating, you are welcome to Uganda. Uganda has just registered also the highest number of displaced people in the world. People call them refugees, but they're actually displaced people. So because of that, Uganda is home of everything. Day and night, birds, reptiles, and that's why Winston Churchill called us the Pearl of Africa. So my script has to end here. Thank you. Isabella, you better come here quickly. I'm taking a lot of these people's time. So just as I did that, if you could just remove that. Just a second. So, oh gosh, Isabella, I need help here. Okay, I got it. Thank you. So, my speech is here. So, empowering women in tourism. This year's foundation initiative is about supporting women in the tourism sector, and the emphasis is on the support of gender inclusivity in bird-related industries. So the economic impact of women in birding, we are here to essentially highlight the economic contributions of women, women birders, tour guides, entrepreneurs, and shedding light on the positive effects of the local communities. This conference, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister, is about supporting women-led businesses and showcasing what we at the private sector, we are here to support and give resources, both technical and physical, especially in women-led businesses in tourism, and also to promote sustainability and growth. One of the key areas we have seen is the need to train and skill women, especially in the budding profession, giving them tools, but not just tools to survive, but to excel. Our work as PSFU, the Private Sector Foundation, is to give support to all various stakeholders and to create an inclusive and supportive ecosystem for women birders. I'll just pause there for a second. Recently, we launched a project called GROW, which is the generating opportunities for women in employment. And I would like to announce to the women in this room that this program and project is intended to support women-led businesses to scale. So if you're a micro business, you're a woman in micro business, you can then scale to small business. And if you're in small business, you can then scale to a medium business. And if you're in medium, you get to large. So we've started, and we encourage as many groups of women to come. And I don't know where Herbert is, but we intend to now enter the element of supporting on technology. I heard that you need binoculars and other, technologies to support, to catalyze your business. So let's have an MOU and see how we can support that element in that project. I need to conclude here because we are many. So one of the other things we are doing is the advocacy for gender equity. Honorable Minister, when we were doing the tour, one of the things that the young ladies raised were issues to do with sometimes people enter their space. And so we need to protect our women. We need to give them an enabling environment and to create gender equality and a level playing field. Tomorrow, Honorable Minister, we are giving certificates for gender equity seals under the UNDP. What that essentially means is that companies that are employing women should, one, create an enabling environment for them. But two, anybody doing business with women should be sensitive enough to respect them and show them courtesy and should not infringe on their rights. So as PSFU, and I'm glad one of my bosses are here from the Advisory Council, Dr. Maggie Kigozi. Our work is to provide resources to companies which, when they get the gender equality seal, then are able to be trusted. It's an insurance policy against any mismanagement of workspace. So as I conclude, is to say we're here to support and share success stories for women, especially those who have excelled in budding, in tourism, and illustrating the positive impact of gender diversity on the industry, and on behalf of PSFU, to support any government program, support the private sector, but mainly to support the women who are in this sector. And we wish you the best of celebration. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen Asimwe, for those words. In his own right, he's a huge tourism enthusiast and tourist himself. So we thank you for that. We will now move into the presentation that is going to be given to us by Dr. Maggie Kigozi on the investment opportunities in birding throughout East Africa.
Thank you very much, Madam Coordinator. My CEO of Private Sector Foundation, our fellow birders, Honorable Minister, you're very, very welcome. Thank you for being with us this morning. And yeah, our tourism queens, we're really happy to see you, and they really are stunning. I am happy to be here to talk about this very, very important sector, and especially where we are looking at women. And so my topic that I was given is investment opportunities in birding throughout East Africa. So it's not just about Uganda, but of course we are in Uganda. The economic value of birding in tourism, the untapped, if you could move on to the next one. Sorry, yes, I do have this. I pointed at you. Right, I switched it off. Okay, we look at the economic value. That's what Herbert, thank you very much for organizing this, for spearheading this event, making Uganda, putting us on the map for aviation tourism. Untapped potential for economic growth throughout East Africa. Then the specific investment opportunities in the birding sector. We're looking at infrastructure development. Stephen just offered to help us with purchasing the equipment, the very expensive equipment that we all need. But what else? The community initiatives. This is a sector that can change communities, and eco-friendly accommodation. And then we look at strategic investment to promote the local economy and conservation efforts. East Africa, you all know what it is. We have a new entrant, Somalia. Somalia brings with it huge expanse of white beaches on the Indian Ocean that maybe we as Uganda didn't have. We, of course, have our Lake Victoria, but it's made up of these now 8 partner states, and we're looking at doing business across borders, making it as easy as possible, and helping one another to do that. We are also part of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, and I think Rwanda has stepped in already to say you don't need a visa to go to Rwanda if you're an African. So let us as Africans also support one another. We love our foreign tourists. Thank you very much for coming, and there are a large number in this room, and it should be made as easy for you as well to access our visas as a region. Uganda, we are a growing tourist destination. We do have the big 5. You see our gorilla, found only in 3 countries actually, so it's just Rwanda and DRC Congo. We have the longest river in the world, starting here from the big, huge Lake Victoria. We do have 11% of the world's bird species. And we are home to the Rwenzoris with snow-topped mountains that are not often found in Africa, and one of the 5 major sectors of Uganda's economy. A bird's eye view on birding. Yes, this is a bird's eye view. That untapped potential for growth in East Africa. $41 billion is spent annually on birding in the US. It has grown by 287% over just the last 10 years. 287% birding has grown in the US. And 20 million US citizens took birding trips. These are the people we need to bring here. UK, 500 million spent annually on birding in the UK. How do we get some of that? And 3 million international trips per year for the main purpose of birding. So this is information which means we must focus, Honorable Minister. We must get much, much more of this because we have the necessary raw material. So agritourism. To capture international bird-based tourism, East Africa, what must we offer? Safety. Safety is key, absolutely is key. The quality of bird life. So how are we supporting our birds, keeping them safe, ensuring that they have nice habitats? Are we building in all their habitats? So the quality of the bird life. Accessibility, the infrastructure, the roads, flights to Africa, to East Africa. How easy is it for people to come? So the infrastructure is critical. The ease of planning travel. Our tour agents, thank you very much. You do a wonderful job. But I think I want to thank the Minister and the government of Uganda for the focus on ICT. At the beginning, we were busy on phones making, reservations. This ended when we have internet, we have everything now. So this is so much easier to plan your trip to one of the East African countries. We are online, we are visible, it's simplified, the visa process is getting easier every day. And then we do have high quality lodges and parks, protected areas, also serving as drivers of tourism. Yes, I think you know this better. The people in this room definitely know it better than those of us who are not there. Who's a hardcore birder? Can I have some? Whoa, we do have some. There you are. There's Herbert, of course. There you are. These guys are not easy, which is why capacity building like this, what's happening here today, and the training that Herbert and the other Biaruhanga are doing is critical. Because these people, if you want the hardcore, you've got to deliver for them. They are not interested in whatever else is happening. They're interested in the birds. So they are difficult, they're highly dedicated, they're impatient, they don't like ignorance, they seek to increase their life list of species, they are competitive, I've got to do better than you. He needs to do better than her. So they are competitive, and they have their own equipment. They're not going to ask you for equipment. They are not interested in your big five, seriously. They may see them passing around, but it's not their big thing. Satisfaction comes from nature. They are predominantly men. Welcome. Thank you for being there for us and you. And we'll travel long distances to see new or rare birds. So where are they in Uganda? Can we position ourselves as the ones who have these? The new, the rare birds, and we do have them. Well, how do we let the world know, let the hardcore birders know that we actually have this? The video we've been watching has really been brilliant in addressing some of that. And they only represent 10% of the birding fraternity, thank goodness, because they are not easy. But Herbert, thank you. You are training our people. They will be able to deliver for these very difficult birders who we expect to get large numbers of. Then you have the enthusiastic birders. Those are people like me. Well, they are broad-based and knowledgeable, the nature lovers. They are slower, they are more relaxed, they enjoy their trip. The birders will rush to see the bird they want, and when they finish, they'll go away. But they will hang around. They will watch everything else that we have. They are comfortable in larger groups. And satisfaction comes from socializing as well, not just the birds. More women than men in this group, the enthusiastic birders, and they represent about 50% of the birding tourists. So we can get those, but we need also to deliver more broadly than just the birds. Then you have the casual birders, ecotourists. We're there. We've come to tour, and in the process we will see the birds, and it's an add-on to maybe the more interesting elephants and lions and the big five. So tourism is a no-brainer for Uganda. Why are we looking at other things? Why aren't we focusing? It is a no-brainer. It's from a purely investment financial point of view. The largest group of tourists are the enthusiasts. They're enthusiastic, they want to see things, and they want to see more than just birds, which is okay for us at the time being because we haven't got the capacity. We are picking, but we haven't got there yet to make it interesting for the others. They are the largest group, and they are enthusiasts. The casual birders are 30%, majority of 80%. So they are interested in other cultural activities, so we can partner with all the people in this room who are more on the cultural side, dance and film and other things. They're comfortable in large groups and tolerate birders of all levels. They won't, I know how it is, I've been with birders, the serious ones. You want to make noise, you are excited, and be quiet. You know they're that kind of person. So, but these ones, the ones that we're receiving at the moment, and we can receive so many more of, are comfortable in large groups and will tolerate a little bit of ignorance on some parts of us, the Ugandans. And it allows growth of knowledge and interest and resource before attempting to attract the core, hardcore element. Tourism makes sense, we know that. Our country is open to both domestic tourism and foreign tourism. No restrictions on ownership of investments. You can own your investment 100%. Doesn't matter where you come from. Movement of capital, just go to the bank and they will quickly transfer whatever it is inside or outside. Foreign exchange market access is there. We have attractive incentives for the tourism sector. We have a high linkage factor in that you can link horizontally with other tourism companies and also vertically with eco-lodges and others. Tourism accounted for 7.7% of GDP before COVID. Unfortunately, it went down, and it is now 3.7%, but we will definitely recuperate to at least pre-COVID levels that go even better. It employs 6.7% of Ugandans. The people in this room are all in the sector, but there are many more out there. So obviously, this is, and we account for 4.9% of total investment. So So why do tourists choose ecotourism over other other tourism experiences? There's this article by Justin Bill. You need to look for that. Amongst the bird watching enthusiasts, this continues to be a driver as it has additional benefit of preserving their interests and hobbies. So community. We have seen birding change communities in many, many parts of Uganda. So the aim is to increase knowledge, productivity, and income of communities with access to these bird watching hotspots, encourage and build realistic ways for Ugandans to preserve their national economy, their natural economy and assets. People are building in the wetlands. We have a challenge. How do we now quickly identify where birds are, where sites that are important for the country, even in the most rural area? People don't know. So we need to find out, we need to map these and make sure they are protected and get realistic ways of Ugandans to preserve their natural economy and assets, but also benefit from them. So it's always got to be a win-win as much as possible. We need to remove the barriers that make it difficult for birders to come here. Yeah, make it easy and increase agency of the local population, especially youth, women, and children. Honourable Minister, thank you for coming to attend this. This is specifically for women, and they are the ones that can really benefit by providing this opportunity in agritourism. Some ideas on the how, getting the community involved. They can build infrastructure and community support, create economic incentives for private business, and increase outreach and public education. All these are necessary if we are going to get communities involved and benefiting from this one. So we do need a lot of research, and I want to thank Makerere University and the other researchers who are doing work in this area. And from the bird watching community, this is a call to action. Where are the hotspots? You know where they are. You need to let everybody know. No secrets here. Let everybody know. How can we protect them? What do they need? What initiatives can we use to get buy-in from an engagement of the local community? I want to build my house here, but you're telling me this is a site. So how do we partner so that I can benefit as well from this bird watching that you want to increase? And then the high quality items of interest can we produce for the sector, memorabilia, guidebooks, and others. So in summary, the economic value is clear, absolutely clear. Strategic alliance with established tourism activities, like a strong initial avenue to explore, whilst developing the structure for birding as a standalone tourist venture. Human capital will be key. Again, I thank you, Herbert. This training is wonderful. Community, Herbert and PSFU and MasterCard. Herbert is not doing it alone. He's getting a lot of support from us and from the MasterCard Corporation, where the strategy is to create jobs. Jobs for young Ugandans, for women, and for men, of course. And then community engagements and initiatives will generate strong allies. So the NGOs, how many NGOs have we got here? Need to get the NGOs to stand with us because it benefits Uganda. And then further research will support growth. Did you notice the stamps? While I was going along, the page is just on top of a stamp. Sorry, guys, is it throughout? Okay, they were very nice stamps. I'm sure we shall share the presentation. Uganda had birds on our stamps, the postal stamps, and they're there. And there are many more. You can look for them on the website. So I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Maggie Chigozie, for that enlightening presentation. Before I invite the next person to talk, I would like to invite Dr. Gladys Kalema to join us on the stage. She is the last of our presenters who is now in the room with us. As she comes up, though, let us invite our next speaker, who is Peg Abbott, who will be presenting, who will be making a presentation on weaving the tapestry of a guiding life.
Thank you so much. I'm very honored to be here. I have been in Uganda before in 2019, traveling with Herbert and Judith on a wonderful loop through the national parks. And it's great to be back to see some of the improvements. I couldn't believe there was a bridge over the river at Murchison Falls and a great new entrance. And I've gotten stuck a lot less times and a lot of exciting things. I've been one of the pioneers of ecotourism in the United States. I own a company called Naturalist Journeys. And let's see, we're gonna start the slides here. Oh, I start them, got it. Okay, so I chose this topic. My sister was a weaver, so textiles have always been really important to me. I love baskets, anything that's woven. But I would challenge all the women here, starting your story in the guiding world, start your fibers and get them to be very strong, because you're going to need every one. And you never know what threads of your life will come through in your career as you go on. So I'm now in my late 60s. I've been birding for 50 years. I can't believe it. I don't feel that age. So I'm an elder, I guess, in tourism. Lots of experience. I've seen some hard times. But I was so impressed yesterday listening to the women, and I'm so proud of them. The standards of professionalism in this country, you should stand proud. You're doing your country really a proud presentation. And it's a pleasure to travel with you, and I look forward to our training session going on after this. But I listened particularly to a couple of things. Our speaker from the EU talked about Uganda does not have to brand itself as another Kenya or another Tanzania. You're the pearl of Africa. You have your own special essence. And I felt that way when I started my birding company in 1998. Let's see what's happened to my slides. That one's going okay. So here I am in 2019, traveling on the river with Judith, who was coming along as a trainee, but she was really the guide. She was amazing. Everybody loved her. That woman has so much talent. She gave Herbert a run for his money. And we met Harriet when we were in Chibali, which was really exciting, and we had known of her, and we could tell from Judith being so happy to find her and looking up to her. So I started my company in 1998, and I still say to people, I run a small tourist company for wildlife, and people say, Peg, you're not a small company anymore. I'm probably one of the big 5 of the tourism companies doing nature and wildlife. And my clientele is definitely those enthusiasts. It's that middle group. We run about 170 tours a year. That's 15 a month to keep track of. And there are times when I'm guiding, I might be here in Uganda and find out that the tour in Mexico has some emergency I have to deal with. I've gotten really creative about trying to get on Wi-Fi, trying to solve problems, and then the next day waking up and getting out there with the birds. So I've kept my head together that I want to keep guiding. I want to be in the field. I want to be with the clients. So it's unusual to have a business owner that's also a guide. So that's a message for all you guides out there. You are packing your tool chest. You will have more to work with in years to come, and you can make birding a lifelong career because it grows with you. So we employ about 30 guides. I'd say 12 to 15 of them are full-time. They work 8 to 10 tours a year. Our office team is 15, and then all kinds of outside services for social media, for website, for all the support businesses. So everything about this is multiplier effect. When we're out there, looking and finding birds, we're creating an economic stream for so much more than just what's on the ground at that time. So I say it takes a village, and this is my amazing team. And I can't tell you, I could never do this without them. And some of my team have been with me over 10 years, and we've had people come and go. And we've had some wonderful men work for our team, and they're always saying, you should be more productive, you should be more aggressive, you should do this, you should do that. And we smile because we started the company with women values, and we are going to stay with them. So we're not following the same pathway, but we love the support we have of the men that are with us, and they've contributed so much. So it's no way a negative statement, it's just that Uganda doesn't have to be Kenya, and it doesn't have to be Tanzania. And if you start a birding company and you're a woman, you bring so much to the table. So yesterday I heard a lot about challenges. What was hard, what was difficult, what had to be done. Don't ever forget to refocus that story, because women bring traits and talents and tenacity. And Harriet's been in this over 10 years. I've been in this 35 years, I can't believe that. And I fed myself and my four-legged family and was able to own a home. So you can get through a lot. It won't be an easy road, but it'll be a good road. And this team is just amazing. And we have fun. We actually love our jobs. Some days are too hectic, they're crazy, they're stressful, and we're like sisters. We support ourselves. So when I say we have women values, the cornerstone of our company is cooperation rather than competition, and networking over standing out like a rock star. We're always trying to be collaborative in what we do. We work with nonprofit organizations, and this is our festival we have in our local area. So this is a nonprofit, the Tucson Audubon Society. You might see Herbert there. He proudly represented Uganda, and his booth was crowded. People were looking at him, and it was great because we could bounce off each other. He could say, go over to Naturalist Journeys. She's run tours with us every year. And those enthusiasts are also the people who donated money during the pandemic so that we could supply the villages with gifts of food and garden tools that I think Herbert drove around in his truck. But they're exciting people. And Kylie, the young woman in the photo, is my number 2. She's one of these 24-year-olds. She's going to be in charge of the world by the time she's 40. She's amazing. And there's her mom with her new baby so she could come be a part of it. So this happens in the US as well. And it's exciting. So we are a global business. We do work. We go to all 7 continents. Somehow these 2 feet of mine have made it to 7 continents, and it's really exciting. Our clientele want to be involved. So I loved the idea of there's sort of that expert competitive birding model that set themselves a goal and they see something tick and run. And we like to go beyond the list. We like to hear the backstory. We treasure guides who share more about their country than just the bird. They use the bird as the door or the key and open the world for people. They might just tell a personal story. That sound is what I hear every morning when I wake up, and I remember it as a kid with my grandmother cooking. People love to share that personal life. Or they might lead into a conservation story. They might say, that bird may not have a home here because in 2 weeks they're starting construction on this project. And maybe an answer will come. Maybe the business going in there could just reroute a little bit of the road going in and save that habitat proudly. So you never know what's going to come out, but people really like depth. So as you're training and guiding, feel free to share, fill those moments. We go all over. I just wanted to put a few slides in of where we go. This is Bhutan, a country that was closed to the Western world. It's only been open since the late 1960s. They didn't even have an airport before then. And so a very exotic, amazing destination to go to, not very populated, and incredible birds. These are scarlet ibis coming into roost in Trinidad. We actually booked for a lodge there. We had a partnership with that lodge and promoted tourism there. And you go out in a boat and have your rum punch at sunset, and these birds surround you. Amazing experiences. And then Central and South America, home of the hummingbirds and the tanagers, glorious places to explore. So we spend time there, and look at this crazy ocellated turkey. I still love birds. It's crazy. That's what fuels me and powers me and has kept me going through a lot of thick and thin. These are giant jabiru storks. They're a symbol of wilderness. When you see a jabiru, you know you've arrived. You're in a healthy wetland. It's like your shoe bill. They won't be there if the wetland is too small or too crowded. And then the king of cats in the New World, the jaguar. And Andrea has led trips in Brazil as well, in the Pantanal. So having a global perspective changes things. I know when people in the US whine that they don't have this or that, I just have no patience at all. I just say, go out and see how others are conserving wildlife with very few resources and doing a great job. So we're all in this together. This is a barbet in Taiwan. Bears in Alaska are just an iconic species. We were just sitting there watching these guys. It was a hot, sunny day. Bears don't like heat, so they were groggy, and we were laying on our bellies in the grass at a safe distance and just watched these three for hours. It was wonderful. And Africa means so much to people in the US. We come a very long way. It's 27 hours sitting in an airplane. And if you don't go business class, you're sitting curled up, and you finally get out that door and you walk out and you smell the smells and you hear the sounds, and maybe there's a blooming jacaranda tree, and it's just like, I'm back in Africa. So I think it's really important to know that every moment someone coming that far away is on the ground counts to them. Because even though they have more resources, they're able to afford a trip like this, they may have saved for a very long time, or they may be feeling guilty because they should be spending money on family and kids, and every minute counts. So anything you as a guide can do to open the door, help them learn, help them discover, help them have a sense of place, bring a map, show them where they're going from A to B. It's painful to me to have someone say, oh, I went to Uganda on a birding trip, and I say, where did you go? And they say, oh, I don't know. So I can tell by their bird list where they've been, but they didn't orient enough. So orient your clients, tell them where they are, show them on a map, let them feel significant because they've made a journey. They've gotten in a boat, they've gotten in a small plane. There's our group down in the bottom there photographing shoebills, and help them see the country as a whole. And they will want to give back. Those are the people who, once they have a personal experience, we fundraised for the training trip with the 8 selected women at the end of this. 3 people stepped up to the plate to do full expenses for one woman. And it's because they've come to Africa and they want to see it survive. We like to cultivate a sense of awe with our tours. It's not all about a list. You could miss a few to stand a few minutes longer on a beach with a penguin that's as high as your hip. There's nothing like it. They just waddle up to you and it's like, hello. You're halfway around the world. You can't believe it. And you might be in the Galapagos and be on a farm, a private farm that has a conservation project, and see something like giant tortoises. Uganda has a great spot and a great future in tourism because it has rare birds, it has beautiful nature, it's also verdant and green. I spent a lot of time, I love Africa, I spent time in Botswana, other countries, and after a while the dryness and how animals suffer and live to find water. And then you come to Uganda and it's like the Garden of Eden. You should just be so happy that if you give them space, your wildlife will thrive. So I'd be happy after this to talk to anyone about positioning Uganda for tourism, because I think you have a vibrant future ahead of you. And as a woman in business, I've had a wonderful life. I've had so many people that have influenced me and made my path possible. And I listened to the challenges yesterday and I thought, you know, in the United States, you learn to drive in high school. It's a course you have to take like a class. So driving was never a problem. If I wanted equipment when I was even a young student, I could find it and buy it enough to get started. And when I started my business, I had credit. I'd been responsible with money, so I could borrow what I needed to get started, get the equipment, and go. So I had a privileged start, but it wasn't an easy 25 years of owning my company, and I worked 15 years before that in the industry. It's a business that goes up and down. You have to be in for the long haul. And luckily, there's side things like research, but I've enjoyed every minute. And it's also having my own business allowed me to make more choices about where I lived. I thought maybe I would be in academia. I got a master's degree. I looked at getting a PhD. And then my boyfriend at the time was struggling, and he had to take whatever job was out there. And I thought, oh, I might have to go live somewhere flat without mountains. I can't do that. And I had horses and dogs, and I thought, tourism will let me have the life I want to live and be in a beautiful place. This is my home. It's called Portal, Arizona. You drive up that sort of lonely road. It's unusual in the U.S. It only has 300 people. We have volunteer firemen and emergency medics. But we live around the corner of that beautiful canyon, and it's a great birding area. So that was part of my strategy when I couldn't travel the world anymore. There were enough birds and mammals close to home. So broad-billed hummingbird and spotted owl. We have cats and coatimundi and quail. It's just a great nature area that attracts people from all over. And this is our shoebill. This is what's called the elegant trogon. It makes a barking sound. It comes up from Mexico. So part of our diversity in Arizona is down on the Mexico border. So we're drawing species up from a neighboring country. You can find these easy in Mexico, but you can't find them easy in the US. And then a sister species of this bird is called the eared quetzal. And it's also a Mexican species in the trogon family. And that is my Harriet bird. I'm always going to mention it now that I've heard the Green Pitta story. But I was going through a very rough time in the pandemic year, and I happened to find the eared quetzal, and it caused quite a fury and lots of people coming. So I'm going to turn off the slides here, but I'm going to end with saying I was saved by a bird. So if I can segue into just having a chat like they did yesterday, because I didn't go back and find pictures of me as a little girl. But I just wanted to tell you how in the United States I got to where I am today. I grew up in Michigan. It's in the Midwest. It's a state that's shaped like a mitten, has lakes all around it. It's a Midwest community, conservative values. My parents were really strict with us on having integrity and being honest, and so many of the threads of that tapestry I have now about how I run my business, I thank my mother and father, because they got me started on the right foot. And I was extremely fortunate. My grandmother loved to travel. In those days, you got on a train to go out to an airport, and she would leave in a pretty dress and a big hat. And then she'd come back, and there was a suitcase, and there were presents in there. So even as a little girl, I had stars in my eyes. There was something about this travel I had to do. I just had to do it. And Grandma wouldn't sneak me in her suitcase, but my parents would stuff us in their station wagon, a long car. My sister had the back seat, and I got the way back as our territories. And we'd go for 3 weeks at a time. My mother actually got a job so she could make extra money. My father didn't think this was such a great idea. And so she funded us seeing the United States. So by the time I was in high school, I only had 2 states I hadn't been to. And my parents were really proud of that. So they hatched the travel bug and then sadly realized I probably wasn't going to stay home. And off I went. I was lucky in high school. I got a job at a nature center. And the nature center movement was very strong in the United States. It still is today. It's typically a community-based project. So many of them are nonprofit. A few of them are private business. But it's a location with land, so there's trails to explore, and a nature center offers classes for adults, walks for children, fun events based on the season and celebrations. So I worked at the nature center, and I started out cleaning animal cages, but I worked my way up to giving tours. And I went from there. There were 2 things. I took a geology course called Geology of the National Parks, and I truly remember feeling panicked. In those days, we had slides. There was no digital, so they'd put the little slide in, and you'd look at the images. And here were volcanoes in Hawaii and ice fields in Glacier National Park, and I just couldn't believe it. And I felt like a panic. I've got to see these places. Just let me out. Let me go. And my parents were like, please just finish school. Please just finish school. And that summer I finished school and they gave me their old car and I got in it with my $35 pair of binoculars and my first field guide and a friend in a tent, and we went park to park, and that's how I learned my birds. We don't have all these guide schools in the United States. You learn by mentoring, by joining a club. But the Nature Center movement is strong, and it provides a lot of jobs for people getting started in natural history. And I was able to take that with me. I did research jobs. I worked in bird banding. I worked on a seabird island. I started college, but I'd go back and forth between traveling and nature. I learned birds mainly just by getting out there, and that's really the best way to do it. And I grabbed every opportunity that I could. I worked for the National Audubon Society, a very big conservation organization, and I was fortunate to work in their education division using these threads I had brought through. The fibers all pulled together, and I was able to get a job in tourism. I worked on a remote ranch in the state of Wyoming, which is by our Yellowstone National Park, the first national park gazetted in the world. And the wildlife was amazing, the birds were great, but I was able to work with colleagues. I worked with a geologist, a mammologist, a botanist, and a birder on every tour. So that's where my backstory approach to birding tourism came. It was such a rich experience to land in a place and the geologist would draw out the rocks and tell you the story of the landscape. So you always had a sense of place. And the botanist said, well, I could tell you what your rocks are because the plants are telling me. And they would go on to do the next layer of the story. And we had a lot of fun, and we worked in almost all of what's called the dozen birding hotspots. That was a book by Roger Torrey Peterson. And I felt a panic to get to all of those, too. So I had wanderlust, but I was able to weave that thread in a controlled way that it strengthened my tapestry. And since then, my first company came about because the National Audubon Society moved their education-based programs. They decided to only run tours that would make them a lot of money for the nonprofit. So they stopped my program very suddenly. It was a change of president, so I got a phone call, and it's like, well, you can work in New York. And it's like, well, can I bring my horses and my dogs? And this isn't going to work. So I sat on the steps trying to recreate life. And that's why I tell you, you got to have these threads together because you will have some bumps. And I worked for another private company for a couple of years. They did mostly adventure travel, and that was fun, but the birding was not a part of it, and I just couldn't live without all that. So luckily, National Audubon had no problem with me contacting the people who had traveled with me before. I could find guides because I had colleagues from those days. In fact, now that I'm of retirement age, my old colleagues from the National Audubon Society are coming to me saying, I was a conservation person for National Audubon for 30 years, but now I'm retired. Do you have any guiding for me? So those threads of your life come back, and they're fabulous guides. They've worked in conservation. They have depth. They can bring so much to the program. So I went from, my first brochure was 6 or 7 tours with black and white drawings. And I'd like to tell you it was just smooth, and it grew and grew and grew, and our colleagues brought new destinations. We hired a guide 3 years ago that knew Israel. He brought that. That's how we add places. But it wasn't all a smooth story, and I'll end with saying you have to be prepared. You have to have that woman tenacity. And all of those tools that I used to help build my business is what I used to save my business. And there were 3 periods. There was a recession in 2007, 2008, and I did everything wrong. Every business model I could, I did wrong. I did shorter, cheaper trips, thinking that's what would get me through. And I learned that the people that have money will still have money in the rough time, and they really want to travel. So it was people wanting to go to Galapagos in Africa, and that was still happening. So there's a lot to learn to posture how you're going to cope with hard times. I had a group in Yellowstone National Park. I put them on a plane in 2011 on September 10th back to Boston. One woman overnighted, and otherwise she would have been on the plane into Boston when planes flew through the Twin Towers. So tourism completely crashed for several months after that event. The airports were closed, people were afraid, tours canceled, and you sit there going, okay, how am I gonna cope? Those are the women's skills. You reach out, you network, you collaborate. The nonprofit that you worked to raise money for, all of a sudden finds a little contract position for you to work for them for a few months to get through. So those fibers held me together. And then in the pandemic, all of you I know suffered a lot. It was difficult for everyone around the world. It was very difficult. It was the first time I really woke up and said, I'm not a small company. I have so much responsibility. I have to find ways. And Herbert was calling saying, can you help us here in Uganda? And I was trying to help my guides and the staff, and it was a crazy time. And in 3 months, I also lost, I'll start crying, my dog and my horse and my only sister. So it was a very dark time. And what kept me together was that crazy-eared quetzal. I discovered it on the night I put my horse down because she'd gotten so old I had no choice. And it stayed for 3 months. And every day I enriched my soul by going and taking data and watching its colors and its calls and its magnificence. And I was truly saved by the bird. And from the energy of the bird, I could then take care of my staff and guides, and we are strong. We have come back. The company's thriving. We made it through the pandemic, and we're so glad to partner with you here in Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peg, and sorry to hear that last part. I'm glad you bounced back, and what an exciting story and journey you've been on. Our next presentation is going to be from Dr. Tonya Cochran, and then we will have Dr. Gladys Kalema. I'm just going to go ahead and apologize, but can we keep it down to 10 minutes for the next two, if you don't mind? Because we're running out of time, and we would like our minister to experience a little bit more of the program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for having me. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister, for coming. And thank you very much to Herbert and everybody for making this happen. I'm on the board, and there were really rocky times where I thought it wouldn't, but I should have had more faith. And yeah, I think we got through. So my story echoes Peg's in a lot of ways. But I come from a quite a varied background, and it isn't a tourism background originally. So I just want to quickly flick through in half the time I thought I had, so I'll just keep moving. I'm the founder and owner of a birding tourism business. It's the largest one in Australia. We've been going for 30 years next March. It's our birthday next March. You're all welcome to come. And yeah, it's not just me. It's we're also very collaborative. We're a family. So I'll just go through very quickly my background, a bit of a journey of how I got to where I am today. In the 1980s, you would have more likely seen me on the trawl deck of one of the Antarctic ships. I was a fish biologist, I was a marine biologist, that's where I have my PhD, and I was on Antarctic trips. I joined the Australian Antarctic Division. I seem to go for very male-dominated fields. You can see there's a bunch of quite bearded men, and on that trip we had 3 women and 60 men, which was 3 women was a world record. And you're stuck on a ship for 3 months with 60 guys and 3 women. Interesting, but it's all part of the story that tourism is today, especially bird watching tourism. So there we are on the trawl deck. I actually came down, I was born in Melbourne in Victoria, and I came down to work for the Australian Antarctic Division. The base is in Tasmania. So you'll see there's a map of the world with Australia in a lovely pink colour. I live on a little island off the bottom of Australia called Tasmania, and I live on a little island off the bottom of Tasmania, which is called Bruny Island. So we've got a population of 700 people. I couldn't go any more remote in Australia if I wanted to. That's my base. It has been for the last 36 years. I now am the proud owner of 1,500 acres on Bruny Island. I've managed to accumulate that over the 36 years. It's mostly natural forest, and I've bought it particularly to protect it. So conservation is really very important to me. Land wasn't worth nothing in those days, hardly anything. Who wanted a forested block? And I think I did. So I have it. That is the base of my business on a little island off the bottom of the world. So we bought an adjoining property in 1990, and on that property was some cleared land. So I was a cattle farmer, and I started a cattle stud. So I was breeding bulls for sale to the local farmers. And quite interesting, I was probably the only female farmer in the district. And they'd say things like, she works like a man, you know, and all these interesting things. So that was kind of interesting. My dad bought me a present, which was a stud bull, a little bull who became quite a big bull. And so I developed, I've always had an affinity with wildlife and animals. And so you can see they were really wild, you know, you could do anything with them. I also grew a native Australian crop as a commercial crop for the essential oil industry. And I got into whole farm planning, sustainable use of farming, and tried to get local farmers involved in protecting their land, to have cattle, yes, but to be able to protect their land too. I even managed to convince a couple of farmers' wives to come on board. Still working in Antarctica, but then in 1994, I decided that I needed a change of scenery. So So that's where I bought an adjoining property in 1990, which had a rundown farmhouse on it, and redid it and opened up for a holiday accommodation. And that's where this all started. My business has been a response to demand. This article that I wrote in August 1995 changed my life. I joined a birding club. And they said, would you like to write an article? Because I'd been working on an endangered species called the 40-spotted pardalote. Half of the total known population of this bird is just found on my island. And I've been working for over 30 years to try and protect it from becoming extinct. So I wrote this little article, and all these bird watchers started coming from all around the world. You've got 40 spotted pardalotes on your property. So that's what started this bird watching business. 1996, I was doing guiding for other companies. That's where I met Peg. So we go back a long, long way. But other companies were not, I didn't think they were treating the guests as well as they should have. And there was quite a few problems. And I thought, gee, I reckon I can do a better job than that. So I started doing my own tours. Just want to quickly flick through. The Inala property is a very important part of my business. In 2005, I built another cottage and replaced my cows with other grazing things. These are wallabies. They're native Australian animals, and they now predominate in my on my property. I'm also very interested in botany, so I opened a Jurassic garden. So these are ancient plants that are found in, they've got Gondwana and linkages, which means I actually grow some African plants in my garden. They're very similar to some of our Australian ones. So I work with other botanic gardens around the world, mostly to try and save critically endangered species. We developed the property, and the infrastructure for birding has become very important. So we've got a raptor viewing hide and photography hide. Took me 2 years to get special photographic glass for the hide from Germany, but I'm pretty determined, and we managed to get that. And these are the sorts of images that our guests get when they come to Inala. So that's 2 endangered species that are residents. They pop in every day. So the Inala property today, there's the office, the home base. There's a little museum, because I've been collecting stuff since I was about 10 years old, shells, gemstones, fossils, all those sorts of things. Little gift shop where we sell local produce, and the funds for those, for the garden, for the tours, a lot of those get funneled into conservation programs. The 40-spotted pardalote that I mentioned before is a very important part still of what I do. I've built a 4-metre platform. They're little canopy birds, and they're very small, like little warblers. So I thought we need to go up. So a 4-metre platform to get in the canopy to be able to see the birds. And I encourage researchers, because you've got to have research to be able to protect these things. Swift parrot is another critically endangered species that I work on. And I also rehabilitate injured and orphaned wildlife. So there's me in various stages with echidnas and possums and quolls and all these weird and wonderful animals that we get in Australia. I've been rehabilitating and hand-rearing little orphans since I was about 10 years old. So I'm a mother to hundreds of babies, but they're not necessarily human ones. A lot of our mammals are marsupials, which means they carry the babies outside in a pouch outside their body. So if they get killed by a car, a lot of the times the baby's still alive. So we hand rear them, and it's like being a mother. We're up every 2-3 hours during the night feeding them special milk. See, this one on the left is a tiny little embryo which turned into this gorgeous white, very rare white albino one that you see on the right. In 2018, I formed the Inala Foundation because people were entrusting me with their money. They were donating money, and I thought, I've really got to make this a formal process. So it's a registered charity, an registered environmental organisation, and this funds a lot of research, and we try and make the funds go as far as we can. We are co-founders of the Bruny Island Bird Festival. Really important to get the local community involved and also to recognise the value of where they live. We work a lot with school groups and a lot of community work. So I'm not driven by money. I'm driven by passion and needing people to be on board with all of these projects. So we went from tours of Bruny Island to round Tasmania. Then we went to Australia, round Australia, and I thought Australia's big enough for me, until our regular customers were saying, we want to go to here, there and everywhere else. You know people, Tonya, because we, have been to bird fairs and things like that. So now we do tours around the world, and you might recognise the top right-hand people. Uganda is one of my favourite destinations. Fell in love with it in 2017 when I first came here. Thank you, Herbert and company, for inviting me. But I feel like it's my second home now, and I've got a second Ugandan family, so it's fantastic. So you'll see a lot of me over the coming years. So I go to bird fairs, and this is this is an important way to meet people. Actually met Herbert at one of the bird fairs in the US in 2006, so we go back a long way too. The Asian Bird Fair, the Global Bird Fair in the UK, and also in various bird fairs in the US. And this is what I can probably do to help you guys, is I have the privilege of being able to go there, so I can promote things on your behalf. If you can't get there personally, I can help do that for you. I can't do it alone though, so I've got an army of people. I've got a bunch of guides. We have 5 women guides on the team, which is probably well over half of the total number of women birding guides in Australia. So I employ most of them. And you Eastern African women are leaving us for dead. Like there's hardly even, less than 10 birding guides in Australia, I'm embarrassed to say. And so I think you're absolutely awesome for getting your act together, because we haven't. And we have an amazing office team. You'll see half of them have little joeys sticking out of their various pieces of clothing, little baby animals that they're hand rearing, because that's part of what they have to do when they work at Inala. So we've got, about 35 members on the team. It's a really collaborative thing. We brainstorm ideas. There's no competition. There's all networking. And I echo Peg's comments about how important that is. Just get on with the job and do the best job you possibly can. So I think that's what's stood me in good stead over the years. And I'll stop there because I think I'm over my 10 minutes. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Tonya. I'd really like to see some of those hand-reared animals in person one day. They're quite cute. Our last presentation today will be from Dr. Gladys Kellermer on conservation.
Good afternoon, everybody, Honorable Minister and everyone here. I'm so excited to be here today. I have a presentation coming up. Is it ready? I've been so inspired by the presentations, and mine's going to be very different because it might be the only presentation without a bird on it. So I've been working with mountain gorillas for 27 years, so that shows how old I am. And of course, where the gorillas are, the birds are. So there's been times in Bwindi when we had no tourism. For example, when we had tourists who were killed in 1999 and the park was closed. But the first people who went there before the park was closed was the birders. They said this is the safest place to be, that an attack has just happened. So I have to say birders are very resilient people, and it's very exciting to see what Herbert Berihanga and everybody has done here in the birding community. I'm truly humbled and honored to be the recipient of a number of awards, including from the President of Uganda, and being a National Geographic Explorer for our work with the gorillas, and Sierra Club, who works closely with Audubon Society. It was nice to hear that. And Tauberg, Edinburgh Medal, and Indianapolis Prize for Animal Conservation. In 2021, I was really excited to win the UNEP Champion of the Earth Award in Science and Innovation for a One Health approach to conservation. And this is an approach that's many people don't understand it, but as we went along, people began to see that if you don't address the health of the people, the animals, including the wildlife and the livestock and the environment together, you won't have holistic outcomes. So the year before me, another One Health advocate and vet based in Germany, Dr. Fabian, also got a similar award from UNEP. But one thing that they really liked, that they picked up in what I said, was we really need more local champions, because they're the people who become the decision makers. For example, if they remain in conservation, they'll be making big decisions wherever they are, such as, do we cut down trees to plant sugarcane, which is a big issue in Uganda right now. Once they get to parliament, if we have many parliamentarians who are conservationists, then the country will be better off and the planet will be better off. I was so excited last week to be, on 21st November, to be among the 100 women in BBC. It's a really huge honor. They selected 28 climate pioneers, and I was amongst them in preparation for the COP28. And that made me realize that actually our work that we're doing to protect the gorillas and other wildlife, biodiversity conservation, is very closely linked with climate change, and we shouldn't separate the two. But it's great that Uganda is really taking a lead on this, and I know many Ugandans and Ugandan NGOs are out there in Dubai really representing the country very well. The mountain gorillas are found in two isolated populations. Most of the people here are Ugandans, so I won't go into much detail about that. But the second population was discovered in 1987 in Bwindi Impenetrable National Park. That's my favorite gorilla, Kanyonyi. I knew him, he was basically born the year that I started working as the first vet for the Uganda Wildlife Authority in 1996. And when he grew up to lead the group, when his father died in 2012, his father died when he was around 50. Gorillas can live quite long. He took over the group, but because he was so used to, playing and, showing off in front of tourists, he used to try and frighten tourists to see their reaction. And of course, many of them would get really scared, but he was just a big playful silverback. Unfortunately, Kanyonyi died in 2017, not because of human disease, but because he fell off a tree and never got better in spite of treatment. And then he got into a fight with another silverback, Mariah, who took over Mubare Group. It was all natural things that happen in the natural gorilla world, but because he was so popular, when I shared a post on Facebook, a tribute, we got over 300 shares, because so many people had got to meet Kanyonyi. But Bwindi is, I'll start off by talking about the threats before I get into responsible tourism, because it's all tied together. When tourism began in Bwindi, habitat loss stopped, almost stopped. It got reduced because the forest was being cut so much. But when tourism began in 1993, people were given a reason not to cut the forest because many of them got jobs. Most of the park staff were hired from the local community. People could sell crafts, accommodation, food, and there was no need to cut the forest anymore. So tourism saved Bwindi, I have to say. But the gorillas and other species are still threatened by habitat loss because there's a very high human population growth around the park. And when you get there, I think most of you will see that hard edge around the park. And also poaching, not necessarily to eat them, because the Batwa who used to live in the park, it was bad luck for them to look in the eyes of a gorilla. So they never used to touch the gorillas. But when they would cross over to go to other countries where people eat gorillas, let's say maybe DRC, where in DRC, if you eat a gorilla, you can become as strong as a gorilla. That's a cultural belief. Some of them have a risk from getting poached in DRC and other countries in Africa. But poaching is an issue when people poach duiker and bush pig, and gorillas get caught in snares. But also chimpanzees. Actually, this photograph was taken in Kibale National Park by a kind tourist, Dawn, and this was taken recently. So snaring is still a big issue. It's bigger in Kibale than it is in Bwindi. But when they accidentally get caught in snares, then they end up having, sometimes they can die and they lose their limbs. But disease transmission is the reason I really got into conservation. Starting out as a vet in the Wildlife Authority, one of the first cases we had to deal with was a scabies outbreak in the gorillas, which came from the people living around the park. This poor baby gorilla died, and the rest only recovered with treatment of ivermectin. Ivermectin treats scabies, but not COVID, just to let you know. And this photograph I took of these little boys, they were guarding goats outside the park instead of being in school. And as long as you have many poor people like that, it's very hard for conservation to move forward. There have also been other diseases like rectal prolapse in the gorillas, and we didn't know if it came from picking up a human parasite. But all of this made us realize that as long as gorillas are going outside the park to eat people's banana plants, which they do once they lose their fear for people, they are very likely to be exposed to human disease and destroy the property of people, undermining conservation efforts. So we founded Conservation Through Public Health in 2003 with my husband, Lawrence Ziksoka, and Stephen Rubanga, a vet technician. And that's the view from our forest. What a lovely office view. From our office, you can see almost the whole of Bwindi. From Kanungu district, you can see all the end to Kisoro, where there's Nkuringo. And inside this forest, you don't only have the gorillas. Obviously, you have over 300 species of birds. In fact, I find that a lot of the ranger guides are more interested in birding than gorillas, I have to say. And you also have over 200 species of butterflies, chimpanzees, elephants, pangolins. We've released some in there, duiker, bush pig. So all kinds of species. An important forest and an important water catchment area and climate modulator. So we have 3 integrated programs: wildlife conservation, community public health, and alternative livelihoods. We prevent disease between people and animals through a lot of education. In the communities, we train rangers to monitor the health of the gorillas, and we built a Gorilla Health and Community Conservation Center with funding from TASC. The person on the left is the US Ambassador, Steve Browning, and his wife, Susie, when we had just started Conservation Through Public Health in 2003. We used to have a smaller, temporary gorilla research clinic. And then 10 years later, we got support from TASC to build a permanent center. And that's Stephen with students from UK. This is something that happens quite often, and this video was taken last year in the southern sector of Bwindi. This gorilla was going to people's gardens, trying his luck. And as long as this continues to happen, this blackback, there will always be a lot of issues with the community. So we engage communities in herding the gorillas back. The Wildlife Authority trains them, and we work with them to make sure that they also collect fecal samples from the gorillas when they're in community gardens, when they're most likely to pick up diseases. And then we also engage women. We're so excited that because our conservation approach has a big component of public health, we work with a lot of women. So these women carry out a lot of behavior change communication. They promote good health and hygiene. They look out for people who are sick and refer them to health centers. They promote family planning because people have too many children, they can't look after them, and they basically need to have a manageable family size, so they don't have to enter the forest to poach. They also talk about the importance of the forest, why we shouldn't eat the wildlife. They report homes visited by gorillas, and they talk to the homes about how they can access tourism revenue. Because 20% of the park entry fee and $10 from every permit goes to the communities. So they do a lot of behavior change communication, and we're so excited that we're empowering women through our approach to conservation. They can stand up and give a talk. When I started out working in UA, women couldn't stand up and give a talk in these rural communities. So this lady is giving a family planning injection because a lot of the women found that when they get to the local health center, they find an overworked nurse or midwife. She won't inject them, and then they end up conceiving. So they're now able to get an injection in the comfort of a volunteer's home. We also work with coffee farmers, and we're proud to say that now out of the 500 coffee farmers, 120 are women. Coffee farmers. And this is something that we felt, whenever I was going to visit the gorillas, you often cross coffee farms. And even when tourists are visiting, they tell them, this is a coffee tree, either Arabica or Robusta. And most tourists have never seen a coffee tree. They've only seen coffee in a supermarket or in a cafe. So they're actually very fascinated. And we found out that these farmers were not getting a fair market or a steady price and were still entering the forest to poach because it was easier to kill a duiker than try and sell their coffee to buy meat. So we decided to start a global premium coffee brand to save gorillas through coffee. And because Bwindi got so high up, it's some of the best coffee in the world, and it actually earned 92 points on Coffee Review. I named the coffee the first brand after my favorite gorilla, Kanyonyi, so his legacy lives on. We are able to take coffee farmers on coffee safaris. So people come, one day they can trek gorillas, the next day they can visit the coffee farmers, and they can even get involved in pulping. Natural Habitat Safaris were the first one to do this particular experience with us. And we're so excited that it was among the top 30 coffees reviewed by Coffee Review in 2018, along with coffee from Rwanda, Burundi, Costa Rica, and all these countries that are well known for producing coffee. So Uganda has very good coffee. And some of the places we're able to sell it is Kenya, USA, New Zealand, UK. Mani Robbins is one of our biggest buyers, and it's there at the Entebbe duty free. But gorilla tourism is still the biggest way of sustaining conservation. And this is prior to the pandemic in 2011. Remember when Buhoma was like this? There was no visitor information center, and you'd be told that you have to be 7 meters away before you visit the gorillas, when you visit the gorillas. And when these tourists visited, they were 7 meters away, which is very good. Gorilla tourism has contributed to the growth in the mountain gorilla population, improved veterinary care, improved community engagement, where money from tourism goes to communities, improve community health. As people are keeping healthy, are getting healthier, gorillas are falling sick less often from human disease. So all of this is contributing to the growth of the mountain gorilla population, which is exciting. So the mountain gorillas are the only gorilla subspecies which is no longer critically endangered. I participated in the very first census at Bwindi in 1997, where we counted 300 gorillas, which was very exciting. You may wonder why it jumped from 254 to 650. It's because in 1987, the Bwindi population was discovered. But other gorilla subspecies in DRC, Eastern Lowland, Western Lowland, Cameroon, Nigeria, are all reducing in number because of bushmeat poaching, habitat loss, and there's hardly any tourism there. And so the model we have at Bwindi, we'll be very happy to scale it up to these other places. But tourism comes with a cost. We did a study with the students from Ohio University and Annalisa, and found that even if the rangers tell the tourists 98% of the time not to get close to gorillas, 60% of the time the tourists broke the rules, and 40% of the time it was the gorillas that broke the rules. They wanted to check out the tourists. So it was a big problem. And this was before the pandemic. And we realized that we needed to do something about it. When Alison Haynes interviewed tourists, she was now at Dyce University in UK, at Gorilla Forest Camp Lodge, she asked them what they thought about wearing masks, and a lot of them said, yeah, we're willing to wear masks. That time mask wearing was not done in Uganda and Rwanda. But when the pandemic came along, we all got very concerned. So mask wearing became the new norm, and we advocated to the Wildlife Authority together with other NGOs, and now it's the new norm. Everyone must wear a mask when you visit the gorillas. And this fits it in with IUCN and the Gorilla Pathology Specialist Group, as well as checking to see if people are sick and hand washing and disinfection. So this was the very first ranger training we held during the pandemic. And so the next day we went to visit the gorillas. They were not concerned that we're wearing masks. And so it's good now, and tourists started to demand that they don't want to make gorillas and chimps sick. And so the Wildlife Authority increased the viewing distance from 7 to 10 meters, both in Uganda and also in Rwanda. So this really made it sure that gorillas and chimpanzees are safer. And that's when we gave a donation of infrared thermometers to UA. So during the pandemic, we were actually very busy, very, very busy, because we were very concerned that gorillas were going to get sick. So although the park was closed for 6 months, well, there was a big concern that they'll pick up disease from the local community. So through a lot of education and testing, we're able to prevent the gorillas getting COVID. And CTPH joined the Ministry of Health task force, and we were considered essential workers. We were able to train our village health teams who do conservation work, and the gorilla guardians who had the gorillas back in COVID-19 mitigation. So when they had gorillas back, they had to be wearing a mask. But Uganda was hit, as we all know, with no tourism, and the local community depending so much on tourists to survive, poaching went up. This, at Entebbe Duty Free, they were ordering coffee every week, and they stopped ordering altogether during the pandemic. We got right for a woman to make masks for the rangers, the gorilla guardians, the village health and conservation teams, and up to now they're making masks for tourists. So this really helped Evelyn to keep some women going, in spite of having to lay off the rest. But we had a setback. A gorilla was killed by a hungry bushmeat poacher, Rafiki. He was called Rafiki because he was friendly, and when the poacher came and speared the bush pig, Rafiki attacked to protect his family, and the poacher speared him in self-defense, which was terrible, which was a very bad day for conservation. The poacher was given 11 years in jail for killing the gorilla, the bush pig, the duikers, which is the longest anyone has been put in jail for killing wildlife. A victory for conservation, but we were concerned that as long as there are more hungry people like him, it could happen again. So we met with the reform poachers, and the women told us that they actually tell their husbands to poach when they don't have food on the table. So it's very important, again, to engage women. And when we checked on Rafiki's group 1 month later, we found that they were very unsettled because now they were headed by a blackback and some females had left. They only want to be headed by a mature male silverback. The group was very unsettled, but they were healthy, thankfully. It was good. One of the rangers was wearing a mask in memory of Rafiki. I think Lydia from Nkuringo Safaris helped to get those masks made. And most of the community was very angry. Most of the community was very angry about what happened because tourism was beginning to change their lives. So we started to provide fast-growing seedlings to over 1,500 households, including the poacher's wife. We met her. She was very poor, only 22 years old, with 3 children under the age of 3. And we felt that if we don't help her and other poor people, this is going to happen again. And so as we speak now, this has now become a program of conservation through public health. Responsible tourism. During the pandemic, we developed this website with University of Exeter. We interviewed over 1,000 tourists. Some had been to Uganda and other countries to visit great apes, chimpanzees, and gorillas in other countries. And they told us what they were comfortable with, what they were not comfortable with regarding the protocols. And then we developed an education campaign based on that. And you can find all of that on that website. We worked with the University of Exeter, who led the effort, the Robert Koch Institute, and other partners. And we published a paper on importance of vaccinating in biodiversity hotspots to prevent COVID jumping from people to wildlife and wildlife back to people. which can be a strain that you can't even vaccinate against. And it has already happened in mink in Denmark and Netherlands. And so this particular tourist is a German journalist from DWTV. He was doing a film on COVID, looking at how COVID is being prevented. He filmed us, but also filmed people in Mount Elgon who were still eating bats during the pandemic. This is in Kenya. They're saying, this bat doesn't have corona, you know. And when we went to the community, I said to him that, I asked a community member if they had a question, and they said, thank you for bringing the first Muzungu back. That's the only comment she had. So I got him to buy a craft from the local communities. Uganda takes the lead in tourism, great ape tourism. We have it at 6 sites, but it's also in another 12 countries in Africa. There's great ape tourism, so it's available at 33 sites in Africa. And we decided to develop a policy brief on responsible tourism to great apes with International Gorilla Conservation Program, who started gorilla tourism, who helped Uganda to develop good gorilla tourism, you know, best practice gorilla tourism in the early 90s. And then the Africa CSO Biodiversity Alliance is a group of NGOs that got together during COVID to strengthen the African voice in this Convention of Biological Diversity. And we joined that group, and they asked me to develop a policy brief, because they were very excited about the work we were doing during COVID. Instead of just folding our arms and saying, what can we do about COVID? We're actually trying to do something. And so to governments, it was really about developing clear guidelines, mandatory mask wearing, which has happened now, and increasing the viewing distance, enforcing guidance to the IUCN best practice guidelines for disease prevention, testing and vaccinating park staff against preventable diseases, not only COVID, supporting local communities to develop tourism and non-tourism dependent livelihoods and nature-based enterprises, which I'm very excited this conference is really focusing on. And enhancing opportunities for transboundary collaboration to prevent pandemics. This is a time before when the park was shut down for tourism, and we're checking on Rafiki's group. It was a very weird time during that time, and I'm glad that the government is really enforcing mask wearing. To donors, we want them to channel funding to critical conservation sites so that even if there's no tourism, all these supplies are available. We want to support government agencies to establish an African Great Apes Emergency Fund at times when there's reduced tourism, and to support and invest in research on prevention of disease between people and great apes, and to also support local communities. This is Flora. I think many of you know her. She's one of the Batu of Karehe. Their lives have been transformed because of tourism, in spite of having had to leave the forest. So we want to see more happy Batwa in the community. And this is to all of you here. We need to heighten vigilance to ensure adherence to best practice guidelines. When you meet tourists, you're the ones who market the experience to them. Whether, you tell them, you're the ones who tell them you can come and touch a gorilla, or you can get really close to a gorilla. You can also tell them it's dangerous to touch a gorilla, it's dangerous to get close, you can actually make them sick, you can actually make them go extinct. It's up to you to tell your visitors, your clients, to do the right thing and become partners in ensuring the gorillas survive forever. You should sensitize them about the tourism best practice and visitation rules ahead of the visit. And that website has a lot of information, but also the Wildlife Authority has it on its website and many of the NGO websites. Encourage the government agencies to enforce these great ape tourism best practice guidelines and encourage clients to promote conservation. So you should be telling them, everyone must wear a mask. We've had cases where tourists get to Bwindi and they're like, I don't have a mask. Or they keep quiet and they get to the gorillas, and when the ranger tells them, where's your mask? They go, I don't have a mask. So in fact, we're making sure the rangers carry extra masks with them. Because a lot of people think COVID is over. Yes, COVID may be over, and it's actually not over. We know that. People are still getting COVID. But we found that during the pandemic, like in Rwanda, they found that gorillas were getting less respiratory disease because everybody was wearing masks. Gorillas can be exposed to flu and other diseases. So if we want them to be around forever, we must be ready to put on a mask the 1 hour that we're with the gorillas and be a responsible tourist and be partners in conservation. And it's you, the tour operators, have a very big role to play in this. We want to advocate also that you should tag an extra day for them to visit the communities. Often when you're going to visit gorillas, they put out their crafts. Encourage them to buy the crafts from the communities over there, because that's where they're locally made. Because when a community member meets a tourist, they're much less likely to poach. So please tag an extra day for your tourists to meet community members. We launched this policy brief for all the countries in Africa at the IUCN Africa Protected Area Congress in Rwanda. And if you can see the people in the photograph, there's Praveen Moman from Volcano Safaris. He was with us when we're doing webinars about this. He's both in Uganda and Rwanda. Then there's Manzi from Wilderness Tours in Rwanda, the Deputy Director of Rwanda Development Board at the time, Nelson Guma, the Chief Warden, and then Dr. Emmanuel Norman from Ivory Coast, where they have chimpanzee tourism. So they all had a roundtable discussion about responsible tourism to great apes. And it was co-authored with IGCP, so both in English and French. So this is Wellard who's heading IGCP. We also have a version in Portuguese. So we want whatever we're doing in Uganda to spread to other countries in Africa. And so we have the same standard of tourism all over Africa. We were excited to host Ambassador Natalie Brown in January, the former US ambassador, and she was very excited to visit the gorillas, and she became a big advocate of mask wearing. Just last week, we hosted the Nabagereka, the Queen of Buganda, in Bwindi. She's the patron of conservation through public health. She's been our patron for 18 years. She came to open officially the Gorilla Health and Community Conservation Center. We have that fantastic view. She was able to look under the microscope. Tourists can do all of that. She really enjoyed her visit. And we also took her to the gorillas. And I said to her that when you came in 2005, as the first queen in the world to trek the mountain gorillas, you didn't have to wear a mask. Now you have to wear a mask. So if we get high-profile leaders wearing masks, I hope the rest of the world can follow. And we hope that more Ugandans will visit the gorillas. There's been a lot of news about gorillas in Buganda News. And actually, for your information, a gorilla is Echisode, not Ezike. As most people think, Ezike is a chimpanzee in Uganda. We also have a camp in Bwindi for mid-range, budget to mid-range, where we host visitors, tourists, and volunteers. And we have a conservation cafe in Entebbe, Gorilla Conservation Cafe, where we're able to serve this very coffee that comes from the farmers around Bwindi, reducing their need to poach and collect firewood. I'm very excited to have published a book about my conservation journey. And it's available in US, UK, Uganda, many countries in the world, and Aristoc and everywhere, and South Africa and Kenya. And it talks a lot about the gorillas, the journey with gorillas and other wildlife as well, and about tourism in Uganda, and I hope you enjoy reading it. I know a number of you have already read it, and I'd love to hear your reviews. Put them on Amazon and other places. We're excited that the US ambassador was there at the book launch, and so was the Minister of Tourism, Honorable Butime, at the first book launch at the museum. So spread the word about our work. We're happy Herbert came to visit us at the Gorilla Conservation Cafe. He's over there with Simon from Wildlife Conservation Society. Sign up for our monthly newsletter, visit us, volunteer with CTPH, do research, make a donation, follow us on social media, buy the coffee and buy the book. Thank you so much, and very open to questions. Thank you all very much. One of my team members, Richard Bajenyi, please stand up. He's actually the brother of Felix from Kazinga Tours. He's a great resource. He's been with us since 2015. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gladys, for that and for enlightening us on how to conserve for our gorillas, but also for our climate, our nation, and for the future. I would like to thank every single person who presented today. I think it's been enlightening for everybody, and we've all learned something. And I would like to ask at this moment that they can now go back to the main floor, and Herbert will give us the next part of the program.
No, they need to take a photo here. Camera, please. Photograph of these great women and men that have done the best presentation so far. Cameraman, just 1, 2, 3, go. The official cameras. Oh, okay, very good. Go ahead. Go ahead. Okay. Another round of applause, gentlemen and ladies. Wow. It's not easy. It takes long to get such a people giving these brilliant presentations to everybody here. You know, when you listen to Dr. Kalema, you feel like, oh my God. She forgot to tell you that I went with her in a bus from Kampala to Queen Elizabeth National Park when she was very young. Dr. Kalema, I'm talking about you. Dr. Kalema, I'm talking about you. I drove her to Queen Elizabeth National Park to pick the chimpanzees, which were in, who remember that chimpanzee island in the Queen Elizabeth National Park, in a small minibus. And I was a bit worried, and she was like, no, that will be fine. She had already much love. I've seen this young lady with much love for the chimps. Now, a chimpanzee put a hand through the mesh and pulled a towel, which she was using, and pulled it, and actually pulled back the cage. But she was able to quickly pick medicine and chew. I remember that time. I was with her. We were the ones who brought chimpanzees from Queen Elizabeth National Park to here. So, quickly, thank you very much for this presentation. You have been at it, and I like the style of presentations here from Tonya, from Peg. You saw how it worked very well. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to mention that amidst us, we have the Honorable Minister of Tourism with us. He's been sitting here, listening carefully, and it's a very nice moment. You know, it's not easy to have a minister with you in the house for such a long time. We are proud of you, Honorable Minister. Also, we've been visited by the ambassador. He's the Consul General Ambassador of the coastal region of Mombasa. He's with us, Honorable Ambassador Mkumbi. The man behind all the conference. The other day we took an Airbus to Mombasa. He's the one who was doing all this together with Stephen Asimwe. I want to tell you, Honorable Minister, that we've been supported by KCCA, giving us guidance because of our collaboration. They collaborate with us all the time. Uganda Safari Guide Association and KCC have been working together in training guides in the KCC area, so we are very good partners. We have a strong relationship with them. So, I'd like to invite the people who brought equipment for the Women Birders. Women Birders Committee, Judith, can you please stand here, come in front here and receive the equipment, one by one. The Women Birders, where are you? The ladies in uniform, where are you? Those ladies in uniform, Judith, Abia, Prosi, come in front. Please, quickly. We want to see what they have given you. Now, the donations go to the club. My friends want binoculars, want cameras. No, it's for the club. Then after that, we will join the club. Come on stage, come on stage, come on stage. If you want to enjoy these things, please join the club so that we have got a disciplined group of people. And yeah. That is a group of people you can see. They are all bird watchers. Some of them have guided some of these people. Very knowledgeable guides, by the way. And very good. Now, the one next to us here is popularly known as Snake Girl, the one in red. She's a reptile specialist. We have one who speaks French. This thing is not on. Microphone, please. Microphone. And I have, okay, very good. So you have the senior, most senior lady here, Harriet, from this side, who made a fantastic with Harriet Tours, and of course, all those they are experts. But most importantly, Honourable Minister, the lady in that lady over there, step ahead a bit, step ahead, snake girl. That one is specialist in snakes. She's the birder, but she has got high interest in handling reptiles. Now, when we started talking about reptile tours, and it was like a dream, but we now have about 3 tour companies now conducting reptile tours. Thank you very much. You can step back. All these people here you see are very knowledgeable anytime you want, with many, many others. They can do this. Oh, let's go for Jamie. We don't have enough time. Jamie? Jamie has brought many cameras. I met Jamie in the United States a few months ago, like last year, and I said, I am organizing the international conference for women birders. You know, they need so many things. She said, can I mobilize some cameras from friends? I said, please, thank you very much. It would be nice really to do that. And she went ahead, let me try. She told me, I have 1 camera, I have 2 cameras, I have 3 cameras, I have 4 cameras. I said, okay, even if they are out, bring them. Where are these cameras, Jamie? Okay, bring them out here, please. Oh, yeah. The cameras want to see them. Oh, thank you very much. The cameras here, they have different types of cameras. There's Canon. Most of them are Canons. They have big lenses here. This is about, wow.
Hello. We were also able to get donations of chargers, extra batteries, memory cards, card readers, adapters, and manuals as well. So we have a full amount here. So we're very happy to be able to bring some of this equipment. And I have actually several more that I wasn't able to fit in my luggage that I'll be getting to Herbert next time he comes to visit us in the U.S. I hope everybody enjoys them.
Thank you very much. That is fantastic. We really appreciate you. And greetings to Subbrewing Tours. We love them so much. And she works with the company which came here in the African Birding Expo, the very first one. The director came here on a farm trip, and this is the connection. It is now growing relationship between us and them. Thank you very, very much. We have more equipment from Tonia. Is it Tonia? Oh, Peg, sorry, Peg. Peg Abbott, please come in front.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's see, you want to see the actual equipment?
Yes.
Okay.
You can.
We had a wonderful outpouring, so our tour in July will have to bring the rest of the loot. But this is a beautiful Nikon camera, professional camera, donated by an individual who was no longer using it, but it's state-of-the-art equipment. And we were able to get 5 pairs of binoculars of different brands, and then hiking boots and shoes and ponchos. So.
Wow. Can you open this camera? Ooh. Oh my. It's brand new. Oh, buddy, this is D500. Oh. I wish I was able to do it. Mine is very old, but now I have nothing I can do about it. They have. Oh, look at the brand new shoes here. Other than here, look at this also. Brand new shoes. And another pair of binoculars. Pentax. Thank you very much. Thank you. Really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Israel. I hope you're taking some pictures with these people. Please, Peg, come in front for the picture. And you come in front. You can stand in the middle. Let's have this picture taken for the historical moments. That's very important. Okay, 1, 2, 3 photos. Oh, look at this. These are the real Ugandan smiles. Yes, look at these ladies. Oh my God. Excellent. Take what you can, quickly. It's too wide. You get a wide angle. Get a wide angle or use a phone.
The group is too popular.
The group is too popular.
It's grown too big.
The group has gone too big. Okay. And then next is the other equipment from Kowa Optics. Honorable Minister, I told you earlier here that when Kowa Optics confirmed, by the way, Kowa Optics also supported us in 2020.
Yeah.
20, they sent us about 15 binoculars during the African Birding Expo, and he continued our relationship. I've been convincing this man, Honorable Minister, to come to Uganda for the last 20 years. He's been out there on the edge, but finally, he said, how about now I think I'm going to come.
Yeah.
At a difficult time.
Good thing.
So he decided to come here, and something very interesting, Honorable Minister, that he is doing digiscoping of 1,000 birds. By the time he flew to Uganda, he had 720,
Yeah.
Now he's trying to get 270 to make 1,000. He has already done 70.
I'm at 800 even right now. I need 200 more.
He wants 200 more. So he's going for a farm trip. Wherever he goes around, if he makes them, then the whole world will know, because he's connected to everybody in the world. So he has brought us binoculars. Here they are.
Set the world record, right? So we talked about, or you talked about the challenges. So we're glad to help where we can. I wish we could give more. You know, budgets are finite, but we'll keep supporting this wonderful program. It's probably the best of its kind worldwide, and I mean that. I do travel all over to these types of events, and it's just a real honor to be here. And ladies, thank you so much for what you do. Keep up the faith. Keep working hard, and hopefully we've got a bunch of binoculars here. And
wow! Ooh. Oh my God! Woo!
as a digiscoper, you know, can't
Wow.
not have spotting scopes. Our other friends, I help Hannah and Eric have some other things, some books, some laser pointers. I have some adapters. So put to good use.
Good there.
And there you go. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh gosh, yeah. Thank you so much.
Oh. Now problems are getting sorted. This is excellent, excellent. We have another. In fact, I forgot another bag of cameras. Of binoculars. They are at home. I was rushing at 5 o'clock coming here, and I forgot them. I have about 11 binoculars, which were given by the tourists who came with the. What was that? Which group is that? With George. There's another group of men who came here in 2018. He finished a tour recently, about 3 days ago. He brought us about 11 binoculars, and I took them home. I think I'm going to share with them, of course. I forgot to bring them this morning. So they're also there. We thank you so much. Thank you so much. We are proud of you. And the thing is, the equipment I had to get here, we have had challenges with the ladies. They take the binoculars, some of them, they disappear. They even switch off their phones. But this time around, I think we are going to be a little bit more careful. They have to register, they have to be members of the club, and those who take new ones must have really demonstrated they are good birders. They can make lists, they can share lists on eBird, they can share lists on our groups, so that we know these are real serious bird watchers, and they make presentations. Honorable Minister, we organize seminars every other 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the museum. People come there and make presentations. One of these days we shall invite you to come and listen to these women birders talking about birds. Okay? And we encourage two operators to come and listen already, so that you can be able to know who is going to be your next guide. I thank you very much. Session over. Anything else? Thank you very much. Honorable Minister, I am trying to be very, very fast. Somebody left here something. We're now going to next session. Next activity of 5 minutes is launching the Association of Uganda Women in Tourism. Where is the desk? The desk there. Stand up, please. Jackie. It's a small function, Honorable Minister. Then after that, I will invite Stephen Asime to invite you to open officially the conference. So, women in tourism, please stand up. Honorable Minister, they are here. You are welcome, Honorable Minister, to say a word with them. Here, yes, Stephen Asimwe, come with the minister, please, here. Yes. Please leave the stage, the banners leave the stage. Keep the equipment, put in the corner there, leave the stage. Please come here. Bring it here. You want to pick the one? Okay, please come, the ladies come. Yes, come on stage. Come on stage. Yeah, I'm not hand over the microphone to them. To say a few words and then we launch. Madame Sylvie Tumisime, yeah, she's actually power behind this. She's been telling me that women in tourism we must put energy there. Yes. So, Honourable Minister, these people are members of the leadership of the Association of Women in Tourism. They are members of the Confederation of Uganda Tourism Associations, and today they have come out to launch this thing. I want to give them an opportunity to say a few words, and then you officially tell them
good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming. Honorable Minister, CEO, Private Sector Foundation, Dr. Maggie Kigozi, and Dr. Gladys, all protocol observed, you're all welcome. I'm thrilled to introduce to you Women in Tourism Business, which was established in 2016. We've been going through a lot of organization, but we've been a work in progress. We're already members of the Uganda Tourism Association. Why Women in Tourism is a bit different from other associations, it encompasses all women in the tourism trade. By tourism trade, I mean air ticketing, women in tours, and then airline business, even GDS providers that provide us with a system to issue tickets, and then we also have hoteliers, we have people in art and craft. So this is to bring us all together and we can be able to support. I won't take too long. With me there is a board in no particular order, but I would like to introduce the chair of the association, Mrs. Okoboy.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Dorothy Okoboy, and I am honored to be the chair lady of this association. Great meeting you. Ladies, I know I'll see you after here. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Daphne Nawera. I am a member on the board. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm called Lydia Mpanga. I'm also a tour operator and fascinated and very in support of women.
You run lodges as well.
Good afternoon, members. I am also a member.
Honorable Minister, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jill Chatuhere. I'm the Vice Chairperson of the association.
Good afternoon. My name is Sylvie Tumisime, and I'm a member of the Women in Tourism. I don't sit on their board. Sorry, I'm also a board member of the Private Sector Foundation, where I represent the tourism industry.
That's for you. Now, quickly, I just want to have everybody witness this. A few words from the minister wishing these people a good journey. Just a few words.
I think you just, first of all, I want to thank the women and congratulate them upon this milestone. My job is to launch. Maybe I'll say a few words when I'm given an opportunity to speak. So it's my honor now to launch the Association of Uganda Women in Tourism Trade. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can all go back, and I invite Stephen Asimwe to quickly invite the minister. Thank you very, very much. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Herbert. Let's give Herbert a big, big hand clap. Honorable Minister, Herbert is a true description of a bird. He flies, he perches,
but he's also a pecking bird. He can peck you from 6 to 6 until he gets his things done. So, Herbert, congratulations for pecking us like a bird. But let me also ask the organizing team, organizing committee, a lot of things are done and the people never get appreciated. So everybody who's been behind this organization, please stand for recognition. Quickly, we want to honor you, Annette, Isabella, everybody. They've done an incredible job. This process started about 2 years ago. And really, for me, this is exciting that we come to celebrate. And let's thank our visitors who came from very far. You can see some of them came from as far as Tasmania, which is the neighbor of the Antarctica. So thank you very much. Again, I wouldn't want to lose this time to thank His Excellency, Ambassador Paul Mukumbya, who supported the tourism fraternity. We were at the coast of Kenya, and we saw great things. He brought here 32 operators. The landscape is going to change. I think for me, Honorable Minister, I know you're running, we want to pledge our support as private sector. To the government of the Republic of Uganda, we want peace, we want infrastructure, and we want an enabling environment. And my Honorable Dr. Maggie Chigozi is here from the Advisory Council of PSFU. Sivi Tumsime is here on the board. These tourism private sector people are the best partners you have. We are going to change the dynamics of the 3.7% of GDP. We want to, it used to be 10% actually. 10% of GDP, $1.8 billion. So clearly, we are here to support. It's my singular honor and a pleasure to invite a vibrant minister, energetic, forward-looking, positive, and someone who is a private sector player. Put your hands together to the Honorable Minister. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stephen. The organizers of this conference, starting with our main sponsor, led by Stephen. I think let's clap for PSFU. But I also want to thank Mr. Biaranga, who has put this together. I know it has not been easy, so let's thank him and his whole team. In a special way, of course, I also want to recognize all the heads of the different tourism associations that are here. They're already introduced. Of course, our ambassador, Ambassador Mukumbya, thank you so much for, I think those that participated know, thank you for the support towards tourism. I think you should come here and leave foreign affairs. Yes, because you've done a lot. Of course, in a special way, I want to thank the panelists that were here, but also our guests, especially those that have come from out there, and the wonderful donations you've given, Cooptics, Peg, Tonia, and the whole team. Thank you so much. Let's clap for them. We appreciate the support. Of course, I recognize our beauty queens, the Miss Tourism, all of you within the sector. I want to thank the exhibitors that were able to see, some of us that went down there, and if you have not, please go. There are so many nice things you can purchase or maybe get more knowledgeable about, so I would encourage you. So I want to thank the exhibitors. In a special way, I want to thank also the reason as to why we are here, the women birders. I heard they are the biggest. The organization in Uganda is the biggest in the whole world. Yes, that's. So, Mr. Biaruhanga, thank you for mentoring our women, but thank you for managing the rain. People may not know that you're from Bunyaruguru. These people from, because when we were going out, it was threatening to rain. When we entered the tents where the exhibition was, it rained. The moment we were coming out, it stopped. And I know that magic can be done by Munyaruguru. So, and I saw him taking a picture here with the two queens. In the youth language, they say, young beautiful girls are called what? Buds. So, probably they were buds to him anyway. So, thank you so much. I'm glad to be here, to be part of this. And I want to thank those from the Ministry of Tourism, please, and the agencies. Could you stand and we see? Thank you so much. I know there were some that were here yesterday and probably some that will be attending. So I bring you greetings from the ministry, and I want to thank the private sector for taking this initiative. Not always wait for government to come in. Sometimes our things are not as fast as the private sector moves. But I want to thank you for taking the initiative and looking elsewhere where we cannot be. But as a country, our commitment is there to supporting tourism in whichever way we can. And like I've always said, the goodwill has been showed right from the head of state. He has marketed any guests that we want him to visit that are in the tourism sector, he has met. He has, and he has his own style, unique style of marketing. So I believe that with time, as we go forward as a country, tourism will be considered more and more. Let's just combine the effort together, the private sector, we in government, to make sure that everyone gets to understand the importance of tourism in the growth of Uganda as an economy, or in the transformation of this economy. And I know we can achieve that. Now, I learned a few things from the people that spoke, the panelists. And probably it is something that we can take away. First of all of them that spoke, it was about passion. Passion, 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 beyond even business. And I think that's what they were encouraging us to do, that yes, times may be difficult. I know when Biaruhanga told me when they were organizing this and we passed a law, a number of people said, especially, you know, America is our biggest source market. So many said, and it's good when I was watching the video of some of you that have been here and witnessed that most of the words that are put out there about this country are not necessarily genuine. We have sometimes people who have personal interests beyond the country. And the freedom in this country is too much. But you can go and say whatever you want to say and come back here and you're welcomed. And you're even given money. This government supports some of the people that go out there to speak bad about this government. You see how much money we give. You people have talked about marketing. You've talked about all these things, so I don't want to repeat them. Let me just go the other side a bit. Billions of shillings. And he uses that money to go and speak only bad things about this country. But I want to thank some of you that have come. Even if you looked at the Anti-Homosexuality Act per se, as is, I was telling people, it's a very small act. It is clause 1 to 17. Yes, they are not more than 17 clauses. You can read it in probably an hour. It doesn't necessarily target, as people say. It's just protecting mainly the minors against people that are up there that would abuse them. That is in any other law. Any other law, anywhere else in the world. But there is no one running on the street, stopping. We've even had gay people come here. I think we've hosted them. I've also interacted with some of them. And there is no problem. I think the argument is about promotion and the rest. But it's not as bad as it's put out there. So I was glad when I saw colleagues talking about Uganda. It's a beautiful country. Let's encourage the others to come, participate, and see what beauty we have to offer as the pearl of Africa. Going forward. Of course, we are not yet there. There are a few challenges. I don't want to ask one of our guests, because they only spoke good about Uganda. maybe if I asked, isn't there any bad thing? Let's just say, I'm just saying. But I'm sure there are some challenges. We are not yet there in terms of maybe human resource, the services you get, and we are trying to improve as government. But recently when we met the president, he said something interesting. You see, Ugandans are very friendly people indeed. They may be sometimes fairly unprofessional in terms of, let's say, giving a service in a hotel, how they serve you the breakfast, but everything they do about them is genuine. If the smile is there, it is right from the bottom. Not a professional smile. It is beyond professional. It is as natural as that. And the president said something interesting, that for us in the Ugandan culture, if you go to a shop, for instance, it's just the way of life. Nothing bad, how we communicate. In my local language, and you go to buy, let's say something from a shopkeeper. It is rare for the shopkeeper. How will they ask you in the local language if we were to do, Ambassador Mukumbe, direct translation? If you go to a shop here in Kampala, and the shopkeeper is asking you what you want, how does he say it? Oyagalachi. So in direct translation, it means, what do you want? Not in a bad way, but that is how sometimes. So we just need to get it more professional beyond that. But otherwise, in a professional way, someone would say, please, how may I assist you? How may I be of assistance? But sometimes that's the culture. So I know we are getting there professionally, but please, and I want to thank the women birders. I think one other thing that I had is do not only market the birds, that the birds are going to be, yes, the main product, but you'll use that to market all the other beautiful things that people ought to know about this country, Uganda. So I'll not say much. Unfortunately, I wanted to stay, but I have to attend Parliament. And I want to thank the young women guides. I know there are still challenges going forward. The female world but Uganda as a government has made it policy to try and bring affirmative action and make it easy for the girl child or whichever woman participating in business. But I've seen the tourism sector, I think, has more ladies than men. Yes. So I want to thank them, and I was glad when we were launching the Women in Tourism Association here with us today. So, Biarhanga, I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate the whole team. I want to encourage other more young people that want to participate. Please join the sector. As government, we'll continue supporting. We've been giving you some trainings, but I think now we are going to go a step higher. We are in the budgeting process now. Probably we'll see how we now start helping you, maybe acquire some equipment. We have a number of challenges in the tourism sector that threaten us. If you're talking about the birds, you can't talk about them without the natural habitat, the forests, and that are facing a big challenge now, a lot of pressure. You know, there are people who are saying we should actually revise the Uganda Wildlife Act because the act doesn't have degazzation. And these are people in government who are saying, no, I think it's high time you revise and now we re-include degazzation so that we start degazzating these protected areas. But of course, some have said no, and we'll be bringing a paper to cabinet soon so that we can gazette more areas as protected areas. And I believe when we do this, we'll be able to protect the habitat, the wildlife. I was listening to Dr. Sechitoleko when she was giving about the chimpanzees and the life, and you can see how passionate these people are and how important it is to protect this natural habitat for most of these wild animals. So with those few remarks, thank you, Herbert, for inviting me. Thank you, the beautiful women of in tourism, especially the birders, for championing this great cause. As a ministry, we'll continue our support and continue working together with the private sector. I know sometimes we have guests here. I will not change to another language. Sometimes, like anyone else in the same family, but let's not lose focus on the goal. The goal is making Uganda the best tourism destination. So I was glad to see these young men, I think we interacted down there, you know, and the young people in the tourism sector, because we also have a very young population, and it's important that even when I looked at Biaruhanga's team, the group that has been trained, they are all young people. And I think these are people that can easily relate with their counterparts. Uganda has the youngest population in the whole world. To take the message of conservation out there. So I'd be glad to see more of you coming. You can also call on us whenever. Don't only stop at the private sector. Biaruhanga can always bring you where we are, and we discuss and see how to better this destination. With those few remarks, thank you so much. I wish you the best and more commitment to supporting tourism from government to the private sector. Thank you and have a wonderful afternoon.
You have not done the thing. There's one statement you have not mentioned, and you have to come back and open this officially. Otherwise, the people here will roast me.
Sorry. So it's now my singular honor to launch the International Conference for Women Birders 2023 under the theme, Empowering Women for an Eco Birding World. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Now it is officially opened. We can now go ahead and do our business. Honorable Minister, we are proud of you. And let me tell you people, I only communicated to him on WhatsApp. And he said, I am coming. That relationship is hard. Honorable Minister, we have many parents here in this hall. This young man here, I want him to come here. How old are you? How old?
I'm 12.
Very good. He's 12 years old. He can carry this camera. Lift it up. Very nice. It's about a committed parent to say, my son, my daughter must do this. Yesterday I asked me a question I want to ask again.
Yes.
What's your favorite bird?
Well, there's a lot of answers to that. I've seen many species of birds. I mean, I'm somewhere around 250 at this point in time. Mostly North America.
I got one single bird.
Gray-crowned crane, honestly. That's a good one for me.
Yeah, but what about in Uganda? What would be a popular bird for you?
Yeah.
That is a bird watcher. If you ask me the same question, I will never give you the answer. It is the same thing. All birds are good. So, but the most important thing, Honorable Minister, is that we need equipment in the country and for young people to start early. This young man is going to remain a bird watcher, he's a conservationist, he's a tourist. He has a reason to travel around the world. He has a reason to travel because he already has 200 species. America has about 600 species, officially known. He has, at 12 years, he has already known 250? Around 250. And it means he's going to compete throughout his life. I want to do Africa. I want Australia. I want the whole world. Mine now, I want to make at least 4,500 before I retire to death. But if I had not concentrated on Uganda, making Uganda a popular thing, maybe I would be there. But that's a different thing. But we really thank you so much. You've done a very good promotion. How do you find photography? As the last question. How do you find photography?
So, I mainly my mom. My mom has done a lot of photography. She works as a photographer a lot, and she really inspired me in it. She's really helped me learn the cameras and how to use them, and she's made me really want to actually go out and do it. It's really interesting, and I find it really fun to go out and find these really crazy animals that you can go out and photograph just whenever and have like those pictures and memories. I mean, this is how I'm gonna remember this trip that I'm on right now, is these photos.
Thank you so much. He wants to go and do chimpanzees, but Dorcas, I don't think he will allow him. He's 12 years, but you see what he has. He's 12 years, but our laws don't allow people of 12 years. But look at him, the confidence in talking, equipment. What else do you want? We need to think about how to do business into it. He wants to come. Many, many parents out there, they can't bring their kids here. Yes. Honorable Minister, I want to quickly thank everybody here and tell you that we have got those companies that supported us. KCC has been up there, but of course, most importantly, Private Sector Foundation, PSFU. We have had a board. When we came up with this idea, Honorable Minister, we set up a board which has mostly females, but a few males. And I would like to invite members of the board as we close to come here. Inala, please come here. We have also somebody from China, Stephen Asimwe. Those are board members of this conference. Please come here and see the minister. Please come. Please. Bella, please come. Please come. And Judith, of course. We have other 4 members who didn't make it. And now this is a board that has been sitting for 2 years to make this happen. 2 years. You cannot organize an international conference or exhibition in just 2 days. It's 2 years talking about. The next one is going to be in the United States of America in 2025. Thank you very much for the great job. We'll stay together. These are the people. Most important, you've seen all these faces, but only Bella from China. She represents the Chinese community. She's the only woman birder with a company in China. There are other few ones, but she's the only one who has Alpine Birding Company. And it's one of those popular companies in China. And she came here to see Uganda. She's been asking, is it really a serious birding destination? Is it really okay? But so far she's good. She's going for a farm trip. Dorcas is about to give us the entrance, and she will be able to enjoy. Yes, I thank you very much. I appreciate you. Roll call. People from, of course, you've seen people from China. People from South Africa, put up your hands or stand up. South Africa, who are here? People from South Africa. South Africa, BirdLife. Where is it? Findile? Okay, could have gone to add a bit. People from Tanzania. There's somebody from Tanzania. The ladies from Tanzania. Where have they gone? People from Tanzania, please stand up. People from Tanzania, stand up. You are in the hall. Oh, very good. People from Kenya. Kenya, women birders and other gentlemen. There's one there, there's 2 there. There are other 2 who left earlier. From Rwanda, is right there, Janice. Of course, others from Uganda. From China, the other one. Then from Australia. From United States, stand up. United States. Where's Jeff? Jeff is already standing. Very good. We thank you very, very much. We'll always be there. Another one is there. Yesterday we had many tourists in this hall, and they all left this morning. Others have gone to the parks, others have left the country. But that's very good. So I want to thank you, Honourable Minister, for giving us this great time. It's time for lunch. People from the media, thank you very much for making us proud. The whole world is knowing about this event, and we are determined to go. Thank you, PSFU, and everybody. All women here, I'm proud of you. The next session begins in about 30 minutes. Go and have lunch quickly and come back. We still have a very fantastic presentation here, discussion here. Please don't miss good views from the people. Thank you very much. I wish you good lunch. Coupons have been issued. Peter Mwanja's team, they are doing the coupons. And please pick a coupon and go for lunch. Thank you very much. Make sure that you know the person next to you. Sheraton Security is already here. keep the things safe, because this is the function is in the middle of the city. You sometimes don't know some characters. Last year we lost the camera from our colleagues in a meeting like this. So please make sure you take care of your property and don't lose anything. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You know, after long sitting in the morning and then break for lunch, there is always slow reactions of the body, but I think people are coming back. Call your friends, tell them to come back and we have a conversation. Because we have unfinished business for today. Unfinished business for today. We'll have a panel discussion this afternoon, which is very, very interesting and requires everybody to be in the hall. Please send a message to your friends who are out there that the meeting has started. Jennifer, if you meet anybody in the hall, please tell them to come in. So, you know, if you want to take an advantage, sometimes in such a time when people are still gathering from lunch, you can come and tell us your journey in bird watching if you feel comfortable. I'll give you an opportunity to come and tell us what you do in tourism, but it's for only ladies. If you are not shy to talk on the microphone in front of people, you can come and I give you a chance. Is there any lady who wants to come and talk about their life journey? I'll give you time to think about it. And then we will be starting immediately as soon as we get, maybe in the next 10 minutes. Let me try to mobilize other people to come back to the hall and we start again. Thank you. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen out there, please come back to the hall and we'll start our afternoon business. Such a great day. This session is one of the best sessions I love to listen to. It's navigating the skies of economic growth, untapped potential, key actions to success, economic opportunities presented by agritourism, exploring lessons learned from existing initiatives, the untapped potential within the industry, discussing best practices, addressing conservation and community considerations. Wow. Can someone call Dorcas? Brian can call Dorcas. Dorcas Lukundo and Sophie. Dorcas Lukundo and Sophie. So in 2013, when we thought about having the Women Birders group, the society could not allow it to happen. They said, no, that is a hoax. You're going to spoil our girls. You're going to spoil these girls going out to the field. They shouldn't be crazy people like men. But the good thing is that the girls themselves were very happy to go out and do birding. We've lost quite a number of people along our journey. Others have dropped completely from bird watching. Others are still in conservation, doing other things. Others are the tour operators. In this country, by the way, in this country, in our sector, many tour operators take it as a rank. That when you become a tour operator, you have gone above. You have become like a major in the army or the captain. Therefore, you are no longer a guide. It took me more than 15 years convincing people that if I'm a bad guide, it's my occupation. If I have a company, it's my business. The difference is that I can work for myself, but I can still work for other companies. So many ladies could not fit in the society because the pressure was too much. People putting pressure on them, telling them you cannot be a crazy person looking for birds. You can't be in the forest all the time looking at birds. You should go and get married. Instead of getting married, you are just there wasting time. And one time I was training people in Kibale Forest. I was seated in a window marking exams. I had about 70 participants. We had worked together with UWA, Uganda Wildlife Authority, with quite a number of people. He had brought about 30 or 40 people from all the national parks. So when I was marking the exam, some ladies were seated in front of me in the window. They didn't see me, I was in the room. The conversation was, one of them said, I don't think I can afford these things of Harvard. Just be there all the time, running around, going everywhere. Me, I want to get settled and have 8 children. I raised my head like this, and I said, Busunga has got Busungu. So I looked through the window and I saw the people, and I kept it to myself and said, now I need prayers. Because one of the girls was advising others that instead of wasting time going into the things of being in the bush all the time, you'd rather go and get settled and have 8 children. So after a few days, I mentioned it in class, that you might have 8 children, but they need food. They need school fees. They need good care. I challenged them that you cannot spend 3 years, 4 years in the university studying, and then you plan to have 8 children now before you get the first job. First get the first job and see how things work. In fact, that very person left bird watching, and I think she has 4 now. But I have met her a few times. She's looking for support all the time. She wants money to do business, she wants money to do this, she's looking for money for that, but I don't want to remind her what she said. So as you have heard from the speakers, it is not easy. You have to be determined. If we're not controlling the timing here, if everybody has to speak and tell us the story, it's a long journey. What is important for our ladies here, especially in East Africa, or maybe Africa, you just have to be focused and say, I want to do this business and I must make a contribution to my country. A contribution in terms of conservation, a contribution in terms of creating employment for others. For this session, which I want to go for right now, I wish to invite Dorcas Rukundo, Uganda Wildlife Authority, to come and take a seat. Please welcome Dorcas. Rukundo is a name from Western Uganda, but it has spread all over. And I have a son called Rukundo, so people may think she's a woman with the name of Rukundo, and I have a son, Rukundo, so it means love. So she's a lovely lady who loves her country very much. Yes. I'd like to invite Sophie, Uganda Tourism Board. She's in charge of product development for the whole of this country. All the products you want to develop wherever you are. This is a woman you have never seen. Give her a clap. Big clap. I like how these ladies become smart these days. You look very smart. Is this by law? And allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Dr. Tonia again. All the way from Australia, please. That's not enough. Yes. Dr. Tonia, we are proud of you. Thank you for joining us for this session. This session is a good one. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, it cannot break because it comes from Rutoto. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, invite Madame Bella. Bella is one powerful lady who was chosen by the board members to be part of the board. Very punctual, very committed, never misses meetings. She's been there for the development of this conference. And ladies and gentlemen, I want to take this opportunity to apologize. I should have apologized when the minister was here, but there's a big apology to you for having this very huge mistake at the podium. But you forgive me as a human being. I told you in the morning I'm not a professional MC, so some things I forget them. Allow me to introduce to you a very special guest, Andrea Molina. She's a very, very... That's not enough, please. Now, this Andrea Molina, was stand up, please. People want to see you, if I'm talking about. She is from South America. When I visited there, they took me out for birding, and she came in the group to guide me. And we kind of lost touch a bit, but because of, bird watchers are a community. We know each other somewhere, somehow. All of us are connected to each other. Once you get into the bird watching world, people will know you. So it so happened that Peg knows her. And she said, do you mind inviting Andrea? I said, which Andrea? I went on Google. She said, I know, oh my God. Then I saw the photograph, which we took together in the forest. She knows all the hummingbirds, difficult hummingbirds. She's a guide in South America, Ecuador. How many of you have been to Ecuador? By the way, when I talk about South America, you need to understand that someone has to fly from Ecuador to the United States, to Europe, and then back here. It's very, very far. Very far. The people in South America are very friendly, very good people, and now they're becoming more wealthier. It's a big market. And I can tell you that we talk about being hospitable, but when I went to Ecuador, the host asked me, have you been to Galapagos? It was like a dream. Galapagos? What is it about? You know Galapagos? You know, I took around myself like this and on my phone, and, oh my God, I should go there. Then she said, okay, it's about $3,500 for 1 week. And then I told her, I don't have that money, really. She said, no, I can find a discount for you. She called her friends, the airline company, they gave her 50%. It was $1,500. And she came back and said, can you pay $1,500? I said, yes, that one I can pay. I can pay it, no problem. But I knew on my card I had about 1,200. But I knew I'll figure out to find the money. So that very moment, I went to the card, to the ATM machine. I put my card there. It gave me 500. I put it back. It took the card. In Ecuador, they have accepted to give me, she has booked me, but I have to pay. So it is a weekend. The banks are closed. So I came back and told her, you know, I can't go. My card cannot come out of the machine. She said, oh, sorry, we'll do it on Monday. But let me ask if they can take you on credit. So they gave me a trip to Ecuador on credit. I spent a whole weekend in Galapagos on credit. Went everywhere. I did snorkeling, which I'd never done in here, going into the swimming with, wildlife under the water. And I came back, and it was a fantastic trip. So they are also very hospitable and very generous. They trusted me so much. And I came back and called the bank here and wired me the money, and I was able to pay. So how many of you can do that? That level of trust. Andre, we love you so much. I'm so proud that you're here with us. You come from far. Yes, the chairperson of this session hasn't arrived, and therefore I will take over until she comes. I know she was meeting World Bank. She could be on the way, coming. Oh, yeah, yes. Also, I have Abiat Kwase from me, the founding secretary for the Women Batters Club. She was supposed to be in a session yesterday and we forgot her, but she's also here. Abia, yes. Abia, please. Sorry, your name was written in italics. I had not seen that jumped it. I'm sorry. Yes. Uh-huh. And we say, there's something I'm going to say, don't roast me. Fear women. Recently, there was some day where people were saying fear women, so it's trending around. But to me, I looked at it in a positive way. That where they mean to do something, they will do it. And you see where we are? We are hosting women in the first international conference for women bird watchers. I think the microphones are working. Test them and see. Very good, very good. So I want to take a first round of people introducing themselves, just in a 1 minute. We go around from here, from Dorcas.
Thank you, the moderator of this session, and the President, Your Excellency, the President of the Porter. My name is Dorcas Rukundo Kwesigomwe. I work with Uganda Wildlife Authority as the Business Development Manager. I'm happy to be here at the International Conference.
You can't just have such a good lunch and you can't clap your hands. They just get stabbed. You need to make the session lively. Tomorrow is you. So, next.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sophie Balijuka Kayongo. I work with the Uganda Tourism Board. I'm currently in charge of product development, investments, and research at the board.
Wow. Powerful ready. Next.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tonya Cochrane. I'm from Inala Nature Tours. I'm the owner and founder and big boss of the company. And I come from Australia, a little island off the bottom of Australia.
Thank you very much. That's a nice one. Next.
Ni hao.
Wow! Everybody knows Ni hao.
Finally, good afternoon, everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here. My name is Zhang Zhuyang. something you will never remember, so just call me Bella. It's such a great pleasure. I'm from Chengdu, China, the southwestern part, the panda's hometown, if you are familiar with that place, and also very good spicy food there, hot pot, everything. And I work with a birding company in China called Alpine Birding. We've been running tours in China for quite many years. So I just want to say that from yesterday, I have been here for 2 days. Everything has been fabulous. Your ladies in Herbert, your country, everything is just mind-blowing. It's such an honor. Uganda is the best. Such an honor to be here.
Neha. Neha. How come you don't respond to me? She said, Neha, you responded. No, ni hao. Oh. Thank you very much. And next.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abia Atkwase. I'm the founding member of Uganda Women Birders and the secretary. You're all welcome, and we're happy to host you in this conference.
Yes. You are all welcome to this fantastic session. And this session is primarily focusing on, like I said earlier, we're talking about, it's about navigating the skies of economic growth, because this is looking at the business of bird watching, and it talks about economic opportunities, untapped potentials with the tourism industry, essential actions needed for the successful development, innovative strategies, like you can think about as you read through the program. It's on your table. Yes, let me now relax here. Join the women so that behind a successful woman there is, or besides, there is a man. I want to start with Dorcas Rukondo. What will be the potential opportunities in Uganda Wildlife Authority area for developing bird watching that we think women should tap in, the women here, even those who are from Europe, from Kenya, Tanzania, how can they come into, what are those potentials in UWA that they can tap into?
Thank you. I want to first of all congratulate women world over for organizing such a successful conference that is for birding. Congratulations. This is very good, and especially that it was organized in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, the pearl that has so many birds, bird species, but also I want to say that most of these bird species are actually in the national parks. And I want to congratulate Uganda for providing a conducive environment for the ladies and the gentlemen to do birding in this country. Uganda Wildlife Authority, where I work, is a government institution that is mandated for protecting wildlife inside and outside the protected areas. We manage 10 national parks, including Queen Elizabeth National Park, Bwindi Impenetrable National Park, Mugahinga Gorilla National Park, Kibale National Park, Lake Mburo National Park, Rwenzori Mountains National Park. We also have Kidepo up north, Kidepo National Park, Mount Elgon, and Makshan Falls, and Lake Mburo National Park. 10 national parks that we manage, and 12 wildlife reserves. So we have so many birds that we actually protect in these protected areas. And I want to thank each one of you in this room, because each one of you, I know, has visited at least one of the national parks, whether you were birding or you were guiding. Thank you so much for supporting Uganda Wildlife Authority, because without you bringing in the money that you bring in, we would not be able to conserve. So I want to thank you so much on behalf of Uganda Wildlife Authority. And to answer the question that Herbert has just asked, I want to say that Uganda Wildlife Authority is committed to provide a conducive environment. The national parks that I've just listed are all habitat. They provide a habitat for birds. So for a bird watcher, you have an opportunity to, one, train. We give you a training ground for you to train on getting the birds, are they voices? To hear the birds, the calls, the sounds. The national parks will provide you with that opportunity to go and train on the job. Because when you're in the park, even if you're not a birder, you will hear some beautiful sounds and you'll know that those must be the birds. So the Uganda Wildlife Authority offers you a conducive environment for training. And about 3 years ago, UWA provided binoculars to the guides, and we have been supportive of your work. If you have binoculars, you have a training ground to train to get these sounds of the birds, then you're a birder. You have an opportunity to bird. UWA also provides an environment that is very good for you to do your birding. We give you security, so you'll not be attacked by the animals. We'll give you where to walk from as you hunt your birds. The boardwalks, we give you an environment that is really where you'll not fall in the rivers, and we'll put some ladders in place and ensure that you do your work successfully. And we also market these national parks. And we protect, most importantly, the birds. So Uganda Wildlife Authority is committed to giving you all these for you to do your business well. We want to work with you. We have all the information that you may need, but we also depend on you to tell us some of the birds that we might not have sighted, that might have migrated in the protected areas. So we want to work together for you to do business with us. And both of us will make this country the Pearl of Africa and put our flag high, and together we can make birding the best experience that anyone should participate in. I thank you so much.
It's true. When we had the first African Birding Expo, Uganda Wildlife Authority, the first farm trip, which had somebody from UK and USA, Uganda Wildlife Authority provided everything. And the next one was, they came forward and gave us binoculars. They were 30, 15 were eaten by a hippo, but we got very nice binoculars, which most of these girls used. They were 15, perfect. They invited us and the girls started from there and they were able to move. But also, Uganda Wildlife Authority has continuously supported all our initiatives, entrances, gorilla permits, chimpanzee permits, going to the parks. Even when we are training, by the way, we are like, some people think we have shares with UWA. We don't have shares, but we are good partners. We even have a training next 2 weeks for bird watchers. This is sponsored by the ministry. We go to UWA, they just open, we go and train and get out, which makes it much easier. Otherwise, it would have been very difficult. So we really appreciate that. And the opportunities still remains for us to develop. There's Uganda Tourism Board next to us. So if we tell these people here, this house, what is Uganda Tourism Board planning about this product that women have identified, and since you're actually a woman also, what do you have in stock for developing this product together with these women? Over to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Herbert, for this opportunity. First and foremost, here on behalf of our CEO, Miss Lily Ajarova. I think she's done on the program. She was not supposed to be here, but she had other conflicting engagements and she delegated me to represent her. I'll start from welcoming all of us to this room, and particularly to Uganda. You're most welcome to the Pearl of Africa. And indeed, Uganda is the Pearl of Africa. Uganda is vast, it's very rich, it's very precious. For those that may not know about Uganda, Uganda is the source of the longest river in the world, which is the River Nile. My colleague Dorcas loves to say it actually has the water that Jesus drank. Yeah, so you're in a very beautiful country which has that. We also have the largest freshwater lake in Africa, which is the Lake Victoria, and it's the second in the world. That's how blessed we have been as a country. But also Uganda is home to 50% of the surviving mountain gorillas in the world, which is something we boast about, that we are such a sustainable destination and we look out for the wildlife. But when we go down to birding, Uganda is I think this has been talked about by the previous speakers, that Uganda hosts 11% of the world's bird species and 50% of those in Africa. But also when we look at how small or big Uganda is just 241,000 square kilometers. And if in just that space you're able to see over 1,065 birds, that shows there is huge concentration of bird life. And this is not definite. I was having a discussion with Herbert that we could look at, if I could join and we increase this number to 1,200, and we go on a harambe to look for new birds, such that by the time we are done with the NDP3, which we are currently running, we actually have 1,200 birds that we are boasting of. Birding in Uganda, for the sake of Uganda Tourism Board, is one of those products that are clearly stipulated in the NDP3 for Uganda to develop and market. Birding has been selected as a niche product that has potential and capacity to turn the tourism economy round. We did a survey that on average, a birder who visits the country spends $350 per day there in the country, and they spend about 20 days. So if as a destination we're able to increase birders to 200,000 in a year, that means we are looking at $700 million coming into the country. We'd just relax, chill, and yeah, even though we don't talk, I'm like, but no, the tourism economy is growing. So this is a product we strongly believe in as the Uganda Tourism Board, that if we put our best foot forward for it, it has the capacity and potential to propel this destination to greater heights. But why should you bird in Uganda? There are so many other birding destinations in the world. But why should you bird in Uganda? Uganda is vast. It has various landscapes. If you're looking for rainforest birds, Uganda is the place to be. The most common destination for people who are looking out for the forest birds, most of them prefer to go to Mabira Forest, which is a few kilometers from the CBD, and there are a number of birds that you can find there. The nearest, the easiest, and where most birders take their inaugural lesson is the zoo, which is in Entebbe. It also has a number of amazing birds. But off it, we have the Mabamba Island, which is famous for the shoebill stork, but also has other bird species. Also, all our national parks have birds. But the most preferred for birders is Queen Elizabeth, which so far has a record of 606 birds. And we are trying to also see maybe there are others that we could find out from the Queen Elizabeth National Park, which makes Uganda, the Pearl of Africa, a very rich destination for budding. And as Uganda Tourism Board, we've been supporting this. We have been funding the African Budding Expo with Herbert, and we have always looked at November as a budding month. Anything that comes in November and is budding is something we celebrate and know that this is the time we mark our spot on the world map, that Uganda is a great budding destination that should be tapped into and looked into. But this can't be done on our own. We can market, we can try to work with women budders, which I highly commend Herbert for, because the world is a very strong man economy. So when a man comes out to look out for women, sometimes we are suspicious. But this is something Herbert has kept going on, year 1, year 2, year 3, and he's not giving up. And we feel proudly associated that there is a voice out there for the women. There is a voice out there that wants to see women taking up big spaces, occupying the world, and being renowned for spaces that are predominantly male. We also commend the work that has been taken into writing literature about the birds. I'm in the research unit at UTB, and research is talked about. The devil is in the numbers. So when the numbers are out there, it's easy to defend a case. It's easy to be an advocate for a particular product, which is commendable for the various books, Birds of East Africa, the Birds of Uganda. And this is how we put out the message out there. But we could still do more in writing. We can write, tell the story simply for the children, so that even a 4-year-old is interested in the birds. Because this has been our heritage. If you look at our emblem, it has the great crown crane, which we all grew up calling the crested crane. This speaks to how we just take knowledge simply. So this is information that has to be cascaded even to the youngest child that can understand that there is a bird and this is its rightful name. And I think with that we can go miles further. We can further enhance the trails. We can further look out for birding towers. I've seen countries that have birding towers, especially for forest birds. You just hike up a tower and you'll view so many birds from wherever you are. So these are strides we can make in the birding spaces. If Docas can allow, we can look at Kibale. If we can do a bird watching tower right there, or Mabira, or other spaces to ensure that the birding gospel is preached out there. We also want to look into birding clinics. I want to be part of the first students of the birding clinic. Maybe 1 year later I'll be telling her, but now I'm a bird guide. Like I've maybe moved and I've seen over 300 birds and I'm ticking off a few new ones every year. Yes, there are some that we have at home. Herbert has come to my home before and there were so many weaver birds and I didn't know their name, but these are birds I grew up seeing, I'm seeing, and he tried to name a few for me. I think some I remember, some I forgot immediately, the names were mentioned, but this is a journey that takes a bit of time, takes a lot of passion, which is very commendable for the women birders. Finally, Herbert, thank you so much for this opportunity, for giving women the platform to lead out and be in spaces which the world finds weird for them to be in. Thank you so much for this opportunity, and we pledge our support as UTB to continue to develop this product, to market it, to make it a better product, to attract all categories of clients, whether the casuals, the hardcore, and the enthusiasts. Thank you so much, Herbert.
Thank you very much, Sophie. You know, when Professor Maggie was talking this morning, I kept looking at her, and she was bringing points, bringing the terminologies of the birders, hardcore, twitcher. Then I turned to Judith and said, a professor is a professor. She's not necessarily hardcore birder, but she knows everything. Now, I hear Sophie has picked the terms, hardcore, twitchers, novice birders, all those. They are the ones we use in the birding jargon. and it's very, very important. But I really appreciate UTB for continuous support. They've been supporting the African Birding Expo, and also they hosted the birding equipment we got from UNDP some years ago for some time. And the current CEO hosted the birders at Ngamba Island for a weekend. We took the first nice female photograph of women birders, and it was hosted on the Girl Birding website, Facebook in the US for a whole year. So that was also very nice at UTB. So in terms of product, the next Birding Expo is next year, 2024 November. So don't forget, please have it on your program so that you can do it together with UA. Yes, and also you're welcome to becoming a female birder. Now we have men, I'm not worried now. We have you've seen the ladies here. Actually, most of them are well trained. Some of them are assessors, accredited by Ministry of Education and the Directorate of Industrial Training, so they can train others now officially, and they are recognized. In this country today, to train anybody, especially in tourism, you must be a recognized trainer. Not academic teaching, but training someone. You have to have a license from Uganda Tourism Board, but you must be approved by the Directorate of Industrial Training. So we have moved that far. So now we have many ladies who are assessors, who are involved in this, which is very good. So let me go to the next boss. She runs the company. She employs female guides, which is a challenge to some people even here. I know even in other countries around, to find somebody is a birder, is employing other birders. It's quite something challenging. Or maybe some people don't think they should do it. So maybe you tell us, how do you do this? How do you pick these girls and you choose them? What makes you feel these women should be in my office and they're the ones I'm going to use? And it's the same question I would have asked Peg, because Peg has also a number of women. Recently I met a big team of them. Why? Why do you think you should have them?
I really don't think that we should see ourselves as any less or, different or, well, we are different, that's the thing. But I'm very driven. If I decide that I want to do something and I feel passionate about it and I think that I really need to do it, all my life I've been told, oh, you can't do that. You can't do marine biology. Everybody does marine biology. You'll never get a job. Or don't go into tourism because you'll never get a job. Don't be a bird guide because that's for boys. I don't see it that way. You have to have the passion, but you also have to have the confidence to say, I can do this. I can feel as though I've got something to contribute. So I don't tend to listen to people when they say, I can't do anything. In fact, it probably goes the other way. I think, well, I will do it. So, and I don't go out of my way to employ females. I'm looking for the best person for the job. And when a person comes to me and they're female and they're awesome, why wouldn't I employ them, And in your heart, this person is going to be awesome. My main problem is the confidence of women to come to me, or when I put out a job, employment, when I'm employing people. An example is I put out job description for a manager, and the whole lot of the applicants for that job are males. So we changed the wording to say we need a coordinator. And then suddenly we get all these females coming. So it's their own lack of confidence, I think. So I'd say to you women out there, believe in yourself. Don't listen to people who say you can't do anything. You know in your heart you can do it. If you're passionate about it and you think that you can change things and do things, I would say go for it. If you fail, if you do it and you can't, you can't make at least you've tried, at least you've done it. I don't want to go through my life thinking, oh, I should have done that, but I really regret not doing that. So give it a try. If you don't, if you aren't successful, at least you've given it a go. But if you've got the drive and you've got the passion for it, I would say you've got what it takes. And just keep going.
Yes, excellent. Do it. Don't wait. We have cultures here. Because I've been socializing with people for a long time, and in many homes, because being self-made sometimes can make you go through lots of challenges. In many families, in the African tradition, even driving a car for a woman, people will say, "You're going to drive a car? Who's going to buy you a car? You're going to be something." They don't think a woman can drive a car. Professor was talking about it here, that putting on a trouser. Who are you to put on a trouser? It's our culture here, okay? And we appreciate it. But the world is changing. To work in somebody's office who has invested, you need to be someone who is self-driven, not sleeping, like you keep waiting. But now, Dr. Tonia, there are actions that will be needed, that we need to talk about, to make this tourism in Africa successful. What should we do to make it succeed?
So we all know Africa, Uganda in particular, has birds, right? So that's a good thing. But Uganda has a complete package. So when I'm looking for destinations around the world, Uganda ticks all the boxes. For me, I have to have a personal connection. I can't just look online and say, "Oh yeah, there's a Uganda tour, let's do that." I have to have a personal connection, because a personal connection like that I've developed with Herbert and his family is really important. You need to know that they're going to do the itinerary, that they're going to look after your guests. You're literally trusting these people with your life. So you need to have a personal connection. The other thing is, I think it's really, really rude to come into somebody's country, to tick a few birds, and to go out again without having any idea of the geography, the culture, knowing anything about Uganda or any country. So for me, there needs to be a cultural element. I need to meet real people. And boy, are there some real people in Uganda. I mean, wow. I can't recall any other country where I've been welcomed, where people are so open, friendly, helpful. It's just amazing. So it makes my job as a tour leader really, really easy. Makes me look really good. I just come in and let everybody else do all the work. It's fantastic. So you've got the birds, you've got the culture, you've got the connection. People, my guests, need to know they feel a bit special. They're not just things being loaded onto a bus, carted round somewhere, taken off again. They need to have an experience. And for me, coming to Uganda for the first time, as I said in that interview, was a life-changing experience. It really made me realise what was out there. And that's what I want for my clients. So you need to have a package. Yeah, you need to have the birds, few gorillas, awesome, great, reptiles and mammals. That's the starting point. But it's the other things. And the other thing is you've got some awesome guides. I wish I had a quarter of the awesome guides available to me that you've got just on tap here in Uganda or in East Africa. I can't believe how organised you are, how well trained you are, how well you present yourself. Like when you stand there in your fancy uniforms and all the rest, and I'm looking like, oh goodness, look, my shoes are dirty, and it's really, really impressive. So I honestly mean it, that you have the capacity to do so much, and just go for it. Believe in yourselves and go for it, because you're already 3/4 of the way there. You really are. And if we can help, we live a much more privileged life in that we can, you know, we can get binoculars more easily. We can go to bird fairs. If we can help, please let us help. You know, we can enable you to do, you're not asking for handouts or anything. You're already there. You just need to enable you to go and be as awesome as you are, you know, for the world to recognise that. So you're there, guys. You really are.
Wow. Yes. You know it all, Tonya. That's very good. I feel like, wow. Now, you know what it means? You need to pick the word she has used. You need to have a reason to connect with someone, to go there. That's why it is extremely important. I'm happy Sophie is here and Dorcas is here, that we need to get more people to come and see our country. Let's not think about it's expensive. The returns are much bigger. We were calculating this thing. If you spend $5,000 getting somebody from somewhere in America, in China, and wherever, you bring them here, they go around and see the country. Within 1 year, they come with 10 people, paying more than that money. Isn't that cheap? Yeah. The cheapest method of marketing. Tonya is telling you that's what she did. She came here and she was like, is this Uganda? We did it a few days ago. We brought Kenyans here. I am telling you, most of the ladies from the coastal region were amazed to see the female guides in Uganda. They were like, oh no. So they told us, they told the ministers in the meeting, ministers, we can't believe this, that you have all these women here who can do. And you know, it is spreading in East Africa. And before you know it, because we are selling East Africa as a single tourist destination, it means all our female guides. There's a gentleman here who mentioned, who was hosting the session yesterday. He got a client who connected with all the female guides here. Now they have a family of about 20. They all here, they were sponsored to come and be in this conference, but they want to see more women into this thing. I think you are getting the message. Now, I want to go to the other country, which is a continent, but a country. About 5 years ago, I was meeting the vice president of this country at his office, and he told me, Herbert, I don't want to listen anything. Just tell me how we are going to go to China and bring millions of tourists. I asked him, have you done any research? Do you know what Chinese like when they travel? How they want to sleep? How they want, you know? And he said, but they are tourists. I said, no, we need to go and test and see. He said, I'm going to invite you, we go to China, and then you first go there and see and come back. Fortunately, I didn't go with him because I was left behind for some protocol issues. I didn't get a slot. But I went ahead looking for people from China. I've been to Taiwan. I've attended the Asian Bird Fair. And now when I landed on Bella from the Asian Bird Fair, I was invited to go there, was given a red carpet, and I met Bella. So we started knowing each other. I've been thinking the only thing I can do to make Uganda go to China, access Chinese birders, is to get Bella here. Now she's here. Bella, these people, they want to know about birding in China. How can we go to China to do some birding there, attract more bird watchers to come to Uganda?
Thank you. Well, there's several questions. And firstly, birding in China, this is so different there. And how many of you have been to China? I mean, 20 has been there. So probably some of you have been there. It's a totally different habitat and total different birds. You have those weavers, yeah, which those weavers give us a really hard time the day we went to the shoebills. And back in China, we have those leaf warblers. They're everywhere, but besides those leaf warblers, we have something amazing, just like your shoebills, mountain gorillas, everything. We also have those pheasants, you know, game birds, laughing thrushes. We also have big cats on the Qinghai Tibetan Plateau. There are a lot of diversities for you guys to find out as well. But here I am, I mean, Uganda, I really find there is something you're doing now is you do it way better than we do in China. Yesterday, we're having this little conversation about, we're asking each other, we're a bunch of people sitting there, how many women guides do you have in your country? And I did my count, I was like, I only know 4 of them, and so 5 plus me. And we asked Alexandra, who took us to the Shubiao, I said, how many you have now? It's like, I'll have over 100. I said, what? You have over 100? I said, oh yeah, but just we only had 20 that they are bird guides. I said, is that a owning? No, that's not a owning. You're doing a fantastic job here. So this is something we don't have, and I think Uganda is such a country with a great potential in ecotourism and avian tourism as well, because, you know, even this conference it happened in such a short time. You know, the other day I got a message from Herbert. It's something like, here's the final program. It's happening. So I said, really? Is this a patriotic? So I did, and then here I am. So, but the thing is, the first day I walked out the airport, I was like, wow, is that, am I lost? You know, something like that, because it's I've never been to Africa before. This is my very first trip and I'm glad I've been to here. I'm glad I'm here in Uganda. You know, I've heard something about Africa, but it's always something happened in Kenya and Tanzania, something like that. But here, so when I walked out at the airport, I saw the people. They're just amazing. Local people, they're so friendly. They really reminded me something, some of my experience when we traveled to remote places in China. You know, you have this little kids waving at you. You can see the smiling face out of the window. I think those small things, they really bring changes. Not just here, also in China, everywhere, the rest of the world, because they see this weirdos coming from the outside world. They just come here to see a bird. Well, probably they say every day. You know, those is the changes we can expect. And also, once again, the local team here, those ladies. Yesterday, I was so inspired. I'm so uneducated about this trip, but it turns out to be a big surprise. I enjoyed the most is that yesterday, those panel discussions, we talk about challenges and everybody's personal experiences. But from me, I was sitting down there. I'm not just saying there's challenges, but when I look at these ladies' faces, I also saw great potentials, you know, and also determinations and little ambitions through the eyes. We've been taking this journey for so long, and we know everybody's gonna take it. We're gonna keep doing that, and if we keep doing that, you know, we're gonna have something good. We're gonna have a good result out of it. Even ecotourism and or avian tourism is kind of vulnerable sometimes. Like political can be an issue, COVID can be an issue, anything can be a problem, and it brings us this tremendous challenges. But if it's something you're passionate about it, well, we gotta stick on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I have a very cultural related question. Don't be sensitive about it. Just take it easy. In here in Uganda, they say, if you get Chinese bird watchers, they are going to eat all the birds. That's cultural. Yes, cultural. Because, you know, even in Uganda here, people have catapults. They kill birds, and I have, like I was saying yesterday, I've had those issues. There are some people who actually in Uganda who hunt birds to eat them. Even old people. We used to do it when we were young, but old people do it, yes. You go and look for a dove and just, but they never eat them. So, is it true that there are not many birds in China because people eat them?
Well, I have to say that it might be true because I had 2 chicken legs today, you know, it's hard to predict. Well, however, that's a good question, but seriously, I think now we have those so-called umbrella species in China as well, just like your chimpanzee, mountain gorillas, and also the shubios. We had giant panda, we have snow leopard, We have some bunch of other big animals. Once you so let's explain a little bit about the umbrella species. It's like the key animal, or it's like just too famous and everybody like it, so we want to protect it. Once you protect it, you protect the habitat. So everything inside the habitat got protected, right? So we have those animals there. That's a big fortune that we have built a lot of panda reserves in China now. So a lot of wildlife there that share the same habitat with the giant panda actually got protected. However, we also have our own challenges there, reservation-wise. It's similar. The wildlife there in China also suffering from habitat loss and habitat fragmentation, because China, just like here, we have such huge population, especially in those remote areas where people are getting more farmland. You want to also, and also the city expansion. Even we have a kind of saying: if you don't go to the city will come to you. So there's that's something we're facing now. Another thing is, we probably had good attention to some of the key species, but we didn't pay enough attention, or at least we haven't paid enough attention to some of those birds, especially these migratory birds. We are actually on the we're on the two of the migratory path. One is along the coast from Australia all the way to somewhere. Oh, sorry, even further north. But we didn't do enough for those migratory birds, and they're suffering with poaching. And also they're suffering from habitat loss. It's like you have this mud flood along the coast, but China is kind of country, you probably learned that China is developing so fast. Yes, we do. The economy developed, they grows very fast in the past 2 decades, but we also lost a lot. But another good positive part about it is that we also have some organizations, NGOs, they've been working a lot on this. So I hold a positive attitude of it.
Thank you very, very much, Bella. And you see, they have also conservation organizations, habitat is protected, those sort of things. So, we are trying to also create opportunities for people to go and market in China. Now you have a contact. I hope you're not only looking at Bella as from the receiving end, but also to go and market in China. Go and present yourself there. I know doing business with China can be a challenge because of language, but I'm impressed that people here, many Ugandans go to China for other things, buying clothes, buying stuff. It's easier to do business there. So that's how they know Neha, something like that. Neha. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me go to the next speaker, a pioneer birder in Uganda. Abia, where are we taking this from here? What should we look at for? So far, we have done all this. We've gone through all the hassles. I don't want to go back to those. Now we have reached at a level of being seen internationally. Where should we position the Ugandan women birders? What should we be looking at now?
Thank you, Mr. Byabihanga. First, I want to thank you and your team at Bird Uganda for working with us this journey. And yesterday you talked about accents, so yesterday we were supposed to learn Jeff and Jamie's accent. This time it's you learning our accent. Yeah, so if you don't listen to anything, you need to pay more attention. Yeah, so where do we go? We've moved a long journey from way back in May 2013, and it wasn't easy to get here. So we cannot afford to go back. What do? We keep the principles that have taken us to this level. First is discipline. Discipline in exercising our work, in delivering, being professional, We are lucky right now, Uganda Tourism Board has done the licensing. And some of us are licensors, so we know what to do. We just have to groom more people into this to make it more sustainable. And we are also lucky that most of us are doing this because of passion. So that simply means that we are going nowhere. We are here to stay. We need to do a little bit of more marketing because the number is growing, and we've seen from Professor's presentation that we have the market. It's only marketing that will get us to those people. And of course, we need to practice more environmental conservation to preserve the habitats, to preserve the species. And well, after that, it's only doing professional work, and we shall maintain the business.
It becomes challenging when you have your own on a panel like this, and you're asking them questions, which actually, in other words, you know what to do. But I would love to think that those women birders who already been in business for some time would be looking at going to other parts of the country, go in the east. We actually established the Karamoja Birding Association, or the Miss Tourism has left. But it would be in your strategies to make sure that we get all these other areas, birding spots, because after South Africa, as I was telling you, I came back home and realized for us to be able to do bird watching properly, we must have site guides on every birding site. And I think we have the strongest birding network, the site guide network in the region, because every site in Uganda has a bird guide. So that whoever goes there, even if they don't have a bird guide from here or any bird, whether they're doing research, they should find someone there. So I think that would be something we need to work on now as women birders in Uganda, to make sure that all birding spots can be accessible and information is given out. Maybe probably back to Dorcas. No, before I come to you. They have given us equipment. Hey, thank you very much. Equipment is everywhere. Ooh, what a relief. What a relief. What should we tell the people how we are going to manage this donation? Abia, what do you think should be the plan? Because many people here want binoculars. If I say whoever wants binoculars, people are going to line up here. They want to, including you, Dorcas. Oops. No. Okay, go ahead and tell us. What do you think should be the plan?
Interesting. So I think we are already organized enough as a club. So all we need to do is look out for the people that seem to be more serious. Because sometimes some people come with bandwagon, and along the way we lose them, just like the one you mentioned for 8 children. But what we can do is go to these sites, for example, different sites all over the country, identify the people that are serious in this business but lack the equipment. We can take their contacts and keep mentoring them, because we've always done this in the club. We get mentors within the club on those successful people who are already in the club. We attach them to other younger people within the club. And they can be mentored, but also followed up to make sure we don't lose our very valuable equipment. Yeah.
That is excellent. Thank you very much. It gives me confidence. I'll keep drumming up and telling people, let's have more equipment, let's do this. So, Dorcas, I know Uganda Wildlife Authority is all over the place. It's just massive, everywhere. How are we going to work together and help I'm trying to build from the Abia's point that we are going to work with the communities. But also, in the communities, by the way, if you don't have Uganda Wildlife Authority relationship, the people in the community don't know you. They are very serious. They respect UA more than anybody else. Sometimes we are saved because of the uniform. When they see this uniform of those girls they are putting on, and they know, okay, these are related to Uganda Wildlife Authority. But they don't like any other person to come and start telling them. If you go around these communities and talk about conservation, They will either look at, you are going to give us some per diem, some money in a workshop, and that's it. But if you come through Uganda Wildlife Authority, they respect you. So what are we going to do to make sure that these people get equipment, and of course you're going to put in your budget. She's the manager, of course, you know. You've had, we have just a few, these are a few binoculars. You know, what's your plan now on this?
Thank you, Herbert. First of all, I want to thank all those people who have contributed to the equipment that is already in place. Thank you so much. Because we might have the birds, we might have all these trees that they go to and all the vegetation and the habitat, but for as long as we don't have the equipment, then we might not do successful birding. So I really want to thank you so much. And in our country, we have a saying that tusima bongerwa, meaning that we thank you and really pray for more. So what we are going to do to work with you now that you have the equipment is to ensure that we protect the birds. That is our first call. Conserve these birds. Ensure that they are safe everywhere, whether in the protected areas or not. Our mandate is to ensure that the birds are safe. And then also, we are going to organize farm trips. Our national parks will be open as long as you come and work with us. We agree the timing, we open the national parks. You come and see what we have. Because sometimes it is very difficult to market something you have not experienced. So we want you to come and experience the national parks. See what we have. We might be here talking about these species, and you might be thinking it's not true. So can you come? Organize your teams from all over the world. Let Herbert come to us. We arrange a day we know that we're going to spend about 2 weeks or even 3 in the parks hunting for the birds. We go out there, we get the birds, we write about them, and then we'll develop tourism together. Now that we have those equipment, when other people come and see the species that we have, Herbert, I want to assure you that we'll get more donors. Uganda Wildlife Authority might not be in position to say that we're going to do a budget, to budget for binoculars now. Whenever we can, we chip in. But when we have so many people who can donate, I want to call upon everyone in this room to become that one donor. You can donate something towards the birding in this country. And together, when you come to the parks, we will ensure that whether you are going to the communities, we'll offer you security. You will be safe. Because we have animals that stray into the communities and they might pounce on you. So we'll offer you security for as long as you let us know. And then we have subsidized also the product of birding in the national parks. We have a tariff that is in place. It was on the exhibition table. When you come and you're going to stay longer, we even give you discount on filming, on how you take your pictures, on entrance. The longer you stay in our parks, the better for us. Because as you bird, you're also helping us to conserve the forest. You're helping us also to conserve those birds. Herbert.
Hello, Mr. Dead. Douglas, wait a minute. There's something you've brought and it's very interesting. Are you saying that the Women Birders Club can walk to your office with a letter from me in my other capacity of being? You say, we are going to Kidepo for 5 days, go to Machine Falls for 5 days, and you just say, okay, come please and do your thing and go out.
As long as you don't come every week, you do not misuse this opportunity. I want to assure you that Uganda Wildlife Authority is committed to working with you.
Perfect.
When you come in an organized setup and you do not misuse this, because we know that we have put opportunities there, and one group will come this week, next week you get another group, and it becomes a bit monotonous, because we also want you to bring in some money towards conservation. So yes, we can offer farm trips for organized groups, and then after that we follow through. what have we benefited from this farm trip? How many tourists have you brought? Because we also want some revenue towards conservation. Thank you very much. UWA is committed to making sure that the trails are maintained, to making sure that we have our research team moving with you so that all these things are recorded. Uganda Wildlife Authority is committed to ensuring that the parks are kept in their pristine nature so that the birds can stay. I thank you very much.
Hey, thank you. Now, ladies who are here, the birders, let's work together and we get this Dorcas, take her for a cup of coffee, show her some birds.
No, you don't have to take me for a cup of coffee. Just come to my office. We shall be able to support you. Uganda Wildlife Authority, we conserve for generations. We are not going to conserve alone. We can conserve with you. Together, we can conserve for this country.
So here we are going to work with Dorcas and the Uganda Wildlife Authority, as we have always done, and entrance shouldn't be a problem as long as it's organized. We need to be organized, write good letters, put them on the file, and then we're able to, and it's important to work with our office, of course. Our letter may have some kilograms. It goes very well to Dorcas easily. They can look at it and say, this one is, of course, that's how we work together. We work together like that. When you go as an individual, it becomes difficult for Dorcas to deal with one individual, tomorrow another individual, and next day as an individual. But when we write as a community, as an association, it becomes easier for them to account for the people going to the national park. We really appreciate that. So I want to turn the situation, the conversation to you, people in the house. Can somebody give us microphones? Where are the ushers? Ushers, get the microphones, and we want people to ask us questions. We've told you what we are. There's a microphone there. Is it on? Take somebody there. The ushers in uniform. Very good. Okay. Now you can ask any question to these people. Shouldn't be a repetition. 1 minute, 2 minutes question. Don't go for a long chapter. Educating us. We want a question to these people and should be very brief and to the point. Brief and to the point. Okay, thank you. Let's start with that one. Mariam.
Thank you, Mr. Herbert, for the opportunity. My question or observation goes to Dorcas. One of the things she said is about good trails. But I'm concerned about the trail for Bwindi, going to the swamp. It's horrible. One for Semliki, you can't go down there. Then the bird hides, Kibale Makshun, Observatory in Queen. They need some attention. And then to Sophia. UK is one of the niche market that we go to, but we've lost that space for the last 2 years. So I don't know how we are going to be marketing in that area. Thank you.
That's good. Thank you very much. You're going to take a round of 4-5, and then we.
Okay. Thank you. I have a quick one. Someone once mentioned that you have got a group of guides who come in because of bandwagon, right? How do you intend to maintain that group that comes as a bandwagon? Because I believe you need the numbers too, okay, to add on those guides. And two, the other question goes to Dorcas goes to Madame Dorcas. How are you able to improve Pianope, yet you're allowing what we call sport hunting in such an area? Wait, don't you think it's good to stop sport hunting in Pianope so that the numbers in such an area are added more? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will tell Dorcas not to answer that question. We're talking about birds, not sport hunting. Forgive me. You are taking us far from what we want to do. And Dorcas, I don't want you to be able to do that. It's a conversation you're handling at another level, so we can't do it now. So I need another person. Next question.
I
Okay, go ahead.
Yes, my name is Virunji Beatrice. My concern goes to Sophie. I'm looking at the bird as a very nice product and cheaper for us to get to add on our GDP as a country, Uganda. But I'm looking at the whole program, paying attention, too much attention to only those birds in the gazetted areas. Because I'm looking at the conflict in the ungazetted areas where these birds come out and destroy the gardens of this common woman in her garden. Sophie, you are talking about November being a bird November. How can we use our local radio stations in our communities to create awareness, to involve this common lady to understand and to give quite a number of information about this product, which we have seen is so productive. Thank you.
Okay, next. Another person, any other? Okay. There was a question there. Behind the camera there, the lady in maroon. Probably she's ready. Or she gave up. Okay, she forgot the question. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, let's give a chance to Dorcas to respond. And then go to Sophie. Please don't go into hunting now.
Pardon?
Don't go to hunting, please.
No. We can discuss outside this room. Thank you very much for the questions. And I want to thank you so much because if you have identified those challenges, it means that you have been in our parks. I want to thank you for the support you have given us, the tourists you have brought on board, and please continue bringing them. The challenges you have highlighted on the trails and bird hides, we actually know some of those challenges. I want to inform this room that we manage 10 national parks, and that means, and 12 wildlife reserves. So we sit on 11% of the Uganda's land mass. We have so much to protect and yet so little funding. So we have been trying to fix a few things at a time. I also want to inform you that we received some funding recently from World Bank, and the funding is, most of it specifically is going to the trails. We're going to fix the boardwalks in those areas that you have mentioned, because the funding covers actually the Albertine region. So we're going to fix the trails, boardwalks fixed. So these challenges might be there but short-lived. I want you to be patient with us. Yes, we appreciate. And whenever a place is impassable, sometimes we try to create another way. You need also to appreciate that most of these protected areas are in the water catchment areas. So we have, sometimes when it's a rainy season like now, you'll find some of our places in the parks are impassable, but we try to create some ways on how you can access. At the end of next financial year, we will have history of bird trails and no bird hides and all these things. We're working together with the World Bank and the Ministry of Finance to see that we support tourism by having good infrastructure in place to support the tourists and the guides. I want to thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Sophie, the Uganda Tourism Board is in charge of us, so tell us, people on you.
Thank you so much, Herbert. Thank you so much to the ones that asked a few of the concerns. Shows that we are all interested in this product called birding, and we all see the potential for it. Yes, I noted the local dissemination. Yes, any product that does not trickle down to the community usually is not sustainable. So I know this is a call for action, even to all of us. I think as we go out in the community to do the bird watching and to also do the bird guiding, it would also be important to, in our ventures as individuals or groups, we also be advocates for this. Because whereas UTB may just designate November, this is an all year round problem if it's an issue of birds going into people's gardens. But also we've been doing a lot of advocacy programs with the community in the areas of souvenir development. Well, birding may be a complicated space for someone to know the names of birds, know how they migrate, or are they indigenous, their gestation period. That may be a lot of information for someone who is not far moved in education, but they could do other things. They could do souvenirs, t-shirts, crafts, that even as they see people move through, they are happy that as the birders go through these places to watch and write about these birds, there's some money crippling down. And they'll come up with very brilliant ideas to protect their crops from these birds without having to endanger them, without having to kill them. Because they know part of what they are earning is actually as a result of birding. So this is the advocacy we are sending out there, such that people feel they're actually earning an amount of money from this product called birding. But we shall also go ahead with the advocacies on the local radios, because there may be other cultural connotations on birds, that this bird brings bad luck. So when I see it in my garden, my instinct will just move to killing it. So this is mindsets that we have to talk about and make sure that all of us are at par with the tourism economy and its massive benefit. But also we can incorporate culture in birding, demystify the myths, and validate the truths about these birds, such that it's something we all talk about proudly and with confidence about our country. Then for the UK market, the country is trying to recover back from the COVID levels, and in partnership with UCAA, we are confident that by the time this year ends, the numbers will be back to pre-COVID. So we are hoping that by that time, we shall be able to actually sit down and now ascertain country per country, which country went down. I know we've not participated much in the WTM, which was our major highlight in the UK market, but we have looked out for other opportunities such that we are more felt, more visible. We participated in the Experience Africa, UK, which we hope should be a stride to actually attract them back, to move them back to tour and explore other destinations, including Uganda. But also we are partnering with the embassy.
Sophie, you have taken us astray. The question is focused on birding expos, festivals, only birding festivals and expos. You actually answered very well that because of COVID, as of course everything is COVID, I would expect you telling me that you are going to work with these women birders to identify other birding festivals so that going forward, we are going to be present in those festivals so that they walk away with happiness.
I think that's true, Herbert, but you see at the end, it's easier to market birding with also marketing the destination. Yes, we can participate in the birding expos, which partnerships we can have. We can have these discussions of what are the niche birding expos that as a country, as a destination, we should show face and strongly present this birding product. But also we should be able to, even when we have Powate, we should be able to look out for birders who do bird tours, who can actually come to the country and be able to go back to those destinations and implore other avid tourists to actually come to Uganda as a destination. These are all strides we look out for. But yes, UK has been a very core source market, even for other products. So when we look at UK, we look at it holistically, of what products are core for the UK market: culture, birding, wildlife. So we have a mix of all to be able to tap to the entire value chain. So that as we speak of birding, we don't miss out on a culture person. We also don't miss out on someone who wants to have an amazing safari or someone who wants to have an adventure bliss in the Pearl of Africa.
Thank you very, very much. But before you leave that point, as you speak, the birders are like, are you serious? They are festivals dedicated for bird watchers. There are festivals dedicated for culture. There are festivals. Are those some of those? You can list some of them. I'll help you to give them to you. List some of them and be able to see if you can develop a plan, how we can go there as a country and be present. I am going to help you so that we go there in those markets and present ourselves. There are very, very many festivals. I hope you have some in China. Yes, because I know there was a festival in China. We're supposed to go there. There's also Asian Bird Fair, South America Bird Fair, all those fairs around the world. We should be able to go there and present ourselves. When we go to these fairs, you may have other products, but they come in as secondary products. The main product is bird watching. That's why we have this conference here. I hope, no any other questions? Any other question? Compliment? Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce to you the people I called earlier from South Africa. South Africa. Finley, where's your colleague? She's not around? I hope she's not going to stay in Uganda. You know, Ugandan boys can't stay. Because you look like Ugandan, so when you're here, you may look like the Bantu of Western Uganda. And they will... She has gone for bird watching. Yes. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we really want to establish very good relationships with China, to take the women birders there, and you should be able to help us. And you know, Tony, I'm going to Australia, but next September I'll be in Australia to go and make sure that we create relationships. But most importantly, like I mentioned, we have the next conference will be in United States in 2025. We'll be, of course, we'll be inviting people from all over the world. It's not a Ugandan expo there. It will be an international conference for women birders. So we'll get birders from other countries, but we shall be hosting it in the US. And then probably Bella will be bidding for 2026. Or Tonya maybe in Australia at some point. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank everybody here for being attentive. It's coming to the climax of the second day. You've done great. We are very proud of you. Tomorrow there are so many other good things. Very many goodies tomorrow. We have many other people coming in. The cheerleaders are coming in. So quite a number of people coming to give presentations in the morning, to tell us their experiences, making some announcements. Please don't miss out. Please come early. I realized at lunchtime, the numbers became many, and after lunch, they disappeared. Well, too much food? Is that the reason, or people are just doing business around the hotel? I assume people are doing business around the hotel. But, of course, usually when it's hot outside, you know, people get tired and they want to run away. But it's important that there was a group from Mabamba. Are they still here? There are ladies from Mabamba, about 5 ladies from Mabamba site. They were here. They have left? Oh, they are catching a ferry. Okay, no problem. So I want to thank you very, very much. Tomorrow morning we are here from 8:30. Please make sure you come very early. And we come here and say, you know, have another great day here and then finish the conference peacefully. Of course, there will be, we have a team here which will tell us what you have come up with from this conference as our take home for the next, preparing us for the next conference. I think there is tea outside there. Carol, is tea ready? So please make sure you grab a cup of coffee. Also, exchange cards. Talk business with colleagues here, with people we have here, these visitors, you know, get something. So can I have a photo of these panelists? I thank you very much, panelists. Please clap for them. Oh, I've seen some people I want to tell you. There's another lady who is a snake girl. Please come. I've seen a snake girl here. The other one was the first one. In the ranks, the other one is a general, major general. This is the captain. There's a major here. She's also like, she's as small as a snake, but she's very strong. She holds reptiles, my God, crocodiles. She's one of our strongest. Please come in front. She makes us proud. Greet these people and talk about the snakes.
Hello everyone, welcome to the International Conference for Women Birders. Edith Namrembe is my name and I'm a Harper by profession.
Harper. They call them Harper. She's been with us. She does all the trainings. She's a birder, actually. But somewhere, somehow, I train her, who's James, right there. Stand up, James. They thought it was only me who trains women. He's also there. Come in front and they see you. Please come in front. This gentleman, James, took me to class. He invited the class because you see, when there's a class, I have to go. Whenever there's a class, I have to go there. So he invited me to go to Chivale, and we went were we like 30 people? At Harriet's place. Harriet hosted us. We spent like a week learning snakes. I want to assure you, I don't remember anything. I only know these two people as people who are just like snakes. They were holding snakes, live ones, holding them. He knows everything to do with the snake. And she had just come out of school, but recently she came to my office with other people. She speaks snakes language. We thank you very, very much, James. Thank you very much. You can greet the people.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's evening. Good evening, everybody. I'm glad to be here. Herbert, thank you for organizing this. For those of us who are employers in the tourism business, I'm going to say it's a bit disappointing, but yet very good. Girls are coming up so strong and helping us very much in promotion of conservation of these animals. The challenge I'm throwing to the men, is let's stand out. I know this is a conference for ladies, I'm sorry, but men, let's do this. There's Olive there and Edith here. They started as very young girls, but their competence in managing things to do with herpetology is very good. We don't hire them because they are girls. We don't favor them at all. That's one fact I can tell you. It's just their determination and passion for what they do, something that Abia has told us already. Okay? So let us listen to these young ladies as they speak that word passion. As our guest also mentioned that she started as a marine biologist, and it was her passion that moved her up. For the rest of the ladies in this conference, yes, we are willing to support you in every way we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. It is just one word. Just one word. Just one word. What's the most fear? Which snakes do you fear most?
I actually don't fear any snake anymore. Maybe the one I respect.
Which one do you respect?
The mambas. I respect the mambas and also the Egyptian cobra.
Okay, thank you very much. I can tell you, there are two companies that I know in South America. They do reptile tours. And when I went there last 2 months ago, they told me they already know these people. When I was trying to convince them to come with me, James, he said, some of these people, you can talk to them. That's the power of internet. So we are proud that we have got other ladies who are doing other things. We even have those who are doing butterflies. Sophie, you see the products. Yeah? You can ask them how many species and how long can people stay looking for snakes and how much they are paid. A lot of money. So let me have these people stand and they take a photo. Photographers, cameramen, quick one. I like stealing shows. Give them a big round of applause. Yes. Did you see? Wait a minute. Now, I want this lady. People look at this lady. Have you seen her blouse?
Blouse?
Look at her blouse.
What is it?
This blouse. Look at the birds in the blouse. Look at the birds in the blouse. Look. Yeah? Look at that. Yeah? Look at that. Now, the artist in Uganda, Mr. Nya's not here, people from Nakao, can you help us also do these things? Yeah? I'm tired of buying socks from US. Look, my socks, look. Bird socks. Socks, yeah, exactly. Wow, the same thing. I'm tired of buying expensive socks from abroad. We want to remain bird watchers, you know, see how she is. And this can be now bought from South America, and they're very expensive. The other day I bought their pillows, a small pillow of $20, and they were like, but it's because it has some birds on it. We go that far. So I love this. I hope women have seen it and they've liked it. It's full of hummingbirds. Thank you very much for branding. I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Okay, so we need some of you to do these things and make money from the bird watchers. They are all over the place here. People from Nakao start thinking about it. You know, the pictures are all over the place. People have cameras here. They are going to start taking pictures of not only birds, even butterflies, insects, snakes. Take them, shoot them, bring them out. Don't be mean with photos. Take photos, share. When you share them, people get to see Uganda. All the women you are going to do here. Let's meet tomorrow early morning. It's now 5 o'clock. I'm trying to be in my time so that I'm a disciplined guide. It's 5 o'clock. It's time to break off, and everything is shut down now. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow morning.